December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious candidates tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
Welcome to Goa for the FIDE World Cup, where calm seas sweep the golden sands. But on the chessboard, the tension is anything but tranquil. 15 unforgiving days filled with fast-paced fights, stunning surprises, and surges of pure adrenaline. 8 grandmasters remain. One dream. The quarterfinals begin right now. And welcome. It is the quarterfinals. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with one of the internet's greatest teachers. Of course, it is none other than International Master Anna Rudolph. Anna, it has been really quite the ride so far here.
It has, and thank you so much for the kind words. I would have never described myself that way. Well, you are very kind to me, Jovi, and you yourself are an amazing teacher. So I think we are in for a treat today with the quarterfinals, you and me carrying the team because John is slacking. I mean, he's on a flight for like 25 hours. What an excuse is that?
Yeah, we've been let loose. I love this completely. And as you mentioned, it's the quarterfinals. It's that time, where the players start thinking about the future because we are tantalizingly close to the semi-finals. And as we know, the top 3 spots get those tickets to the candidates. And it is an epic pairing we have so far, Anna.
I don't even know where to start. Every single player you see in the quarterfinals have gone through a really difficult bracket to make it all the way to the top 8. And we're going to see these incredible clashes. 4 games only. It's going to be easier to cover all the games. But oh boy, the stakes are high. If you make it to the semifinals, that's a 75% chance to qualify to the candidates because there are 3 spots for the candidates up for grabs here at the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday we were treated to the tiebreaks in the round of 16. There was a lot of drama. There was some heartbreak. It had absolutely everything. And our man on the ground, International Master Rakesh Kulkarni, is there with a perfect summary.
Welcome to the quarterfinals of the 2025 FIDE World Cup. 8 players remain and they have locked in $35,000. But more important than the prize money is those 3 elusive candidate spots, which we will get at the end of the tournament. Remember, the 8 players remaining have never played in the candidates, so we will definitely be seeing some new faces in the candidates. But before that, let's check in what happened yesterday. Hare Krishna went on fighting against Yospem, a very, very strong player in tiebreaks, especially as we have seen over the games. Sam Shankland beat Daniel Dubois, the former world rapid champion there. Andriy Esipenko beat his friend Alexei Grebnev. They're from the same federation. And lastly, we also saw Alexander Donchenko, who won a really nice tiebreak match, which went back and forth, both players winning on demand at multiple occasions. And finally, he beat the former world blitz champion, Li Guangliang. Today, quarterfinals, exciting and juicy matchups. Some players have rested, some players have not, but that's the World Cup for you. 2 Uzbekistani players remain, 5 players from Asia overall, which is very nice to see. And the most interesting matchup is Arjun Erigesi versus Wei. Let's see who's going to get there. Sam Shankland takes on Esipenko, and Sindarov versus Jose Martinez. Everything to play for. Let's see who's going to get an advantage in game 1 of the quarterfinals. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Rakesh. And diving deeper into the pairings, well, Rakesh called it. He said there's two 2700s. They're facing off against each other. And that one is going to be very intense. Wei Yi, one of the top seeds, against Arjun Erigaisi. And Anna, we're in for some mouth-watering chess today.
Absolutely, and as you highlighted, the way Arjun Erigaisi clash, that could be a matchup in the finals, but the two of them will need to face each other now in the quarterfinals. Seed number 2 against seed number 7 of the tournament. There's only 3 players above 2700 remaining in the field. Joey, what does that tell us about the World Cup and how difficult it is to make it through in a knockout system?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen this World Cup be full of absolutely stunning surprises. Jose Martinez, one of the dark horses here in the quarterfinals. He's actually outside of the top 50 because he had to play the first round against Isaac Ho. And take a look at this run. Look at who he's eliminated on the way to get here.
The names that stand out to me, I mean, one after the other. Nodirbek up to Saturv to start with, Alexei Serna and Pentala Harikrishna yesterday in a tiebreak. Oh boy, you can see how Jose's rating, 2644, is way below his actual performance at the tournament, 2764, and he is full of confidence. And not only full of confidence, he's full of energy. He plays chess day after day, not only at the World Cup, he keeps playing also in Title Tuesday in every chess.com event he can. So this guy, he has been playing for 15 days and he doesn't even want to stop for a break.
Yes, completely. And yesterday we were treated to tie breaks from him. Someone else who has been nicknamed Shank the Tank because he seems to be eliminating anyone and everyone in his path. I mean, take a look at this run. It began with Vasilil Ivanchuk, who is a massive legend of the game. Vidit, Richard Rapport, Daniel Dubov yesterday, and he came armed to the teeth with this monster prep, Anna.
Monster prep and a nearly 2800 rating performance. I'm so curious about their matchup today against Esipenko, because this is a close one. This is going to be a very close one. And yes, if your weakest opponent, well, weakest, I'm doing quotation marks with my hands if you could see me. If your lowest rated opponent was Vasily Ivanchuk, what kind of a tournament you're having? Sam Shankland is in a great form, the only American left in the field.
Yeah, and it has been a remarkable journey here for the American. But he's mentioned it before in the interviews that when it comes to the World Cup, he is thinking about what happened to him in the 2021 World Cup, where he was eliminated in a very close match against Sergei Karyakin. I mean, that is a match that he says he wants to put to rest. So he's going to be focused extra hard. He wants to get past Andrei Esipenko. That is going to be close. And as our players sit down, Arjun Erigaisi seated there, waiting. Donchenko yesterday going through, well, bless him. It was a real heart-breaking, heart-wrenching, nerve-wracking roller coaster. It looked like he was almost through, and then Lemle would always strike back. But in the end, he got through, and his reward, well, he's going to play the ever-cool Uzbek GM Nurimbek Yakuboev.
Yeah, oh boy, Alexander Donchenko, it looked like he was already qualifying in the classical game, but then he spoiled a winning Rukin game, and it was the same story in the tiebreaks as you mentioned. So this German Grandmaster, he has gone through a lot. Hopefully he had a good night's sleep and managed to recover from all that roller coaster of emotions that he and Lech Wanglian went through yesterday in the tiebreaks. Of course, for Donchenko, he's the one who made it through. He's the one who is in the quarterfinals, and we see Jospim arriving as well at his board, the Mexican Grandmaster, very confident about the tournament and very confident about his chances. And you need that confidence when you are facing the top Grandmasters in the world for the 3 candidate spots that all of them really wants to get. You already mentioned Alexander Donchenko and what a run he has had in this tournament. He took down, among others, the top 2 players of the FIDE Grand Swiss, Anish Giri and Matthias Blubaum, and eliminated Le Quangliam yesterday in the tiebreaks.
Yeah, that was a very emotional roller coaster there. But Donchenko, when I was looking at the interviews, he seemed very pragmatic. He was able to laugh off the emotions that he felt. And he said, you must always look forward. You can never afford to look back. And someone who can't be affording to look back and think of ghosts, it's Sam Shankland, flying the flag for America, doing some exceptional performances. Well, he's got the white pieces against Andrei Esipenko. I'm expecting him to come again, fully armed to the teeth, unleash some 25 move preparation as we've seen him do. And his opponent, Andrei Esipenko, probably has in mind that he wants to be rock solid. Funny enough, Esipenko told Rakesh, our very own Rakesh, that he thought that tomorrow was a free day. Oh, no. After the tie breaks, it's back to the board.
At least he was informed in time, so he is now at the board, ready to fight it out against Sam Shankland. And I think you're right, Jovi, with your prediction that we can expect a very solid Esipenko, but who knows what Sam prepared and how dangerous it will be, what he's bringing to the board. Wei Yi here with the white pieces. He is one of the top favorites remaining in the field, and of course the number 1 favorite when it comes to being number 2 in the rating list, and the only remaining very high rated, nearly 2800 grandmaster is Arjun Erigaisi. This is where we're going to see the ceremonial first move being played. I think people are getting ready for that photo. And what move will be played for Wei Yi, I wonder?
Yes, and I'm kind of curious what move will be played by the dignitary, but also what move Wei Yi will open with, because Arjun Erigaisi has looked effortless in his performance, utterly smooth. The way that he cruised past Levon Aronian in the last encounter was very impressive. So knight to f3 is the move chosen. Will Wei Yi stick with that, or will he kind of take it back and go for another approach? It could be e4. And what's been very amusing about Arjun is that he's been fully there playing the mind games. In the match that he had against Peter Leko, he blitzed out some preparation that he had against the Sicilian, and he kind of encouraged Peter to go for a very quick draw. And when interviewed about this, he said, well, but Peter doesn't actually know what I know. He doesn't know how much information I have. So maybe he thinks I know this. Maybe this hasn't come as a surprise, and that is the whole thing with chess. It's not just what happens over the board. It's what happens off the board and how much prep you are willing to put in, and also to try and remember. But the games are off, and no knight f3 and e4 instead.
E4 indeed, and let's see if Arjun will continue with the mind games. I think that was a great example of what his mindset is like and how difficult it is in chess, the psychology behind the preparation and trying to guess what your opponent knows, what they're expecting. We are seeing now E4, E5 on the board. The knight develops to F3, attacking the central pawn. You defend it with the knight jumping out as well. This is one of the main openings you see at top chess level. And will the bishop go to c4, or will it go to b5? Will it be the Spanish or the Italian? We see the Spanish chosen by Wei Yi.
Yep, and the Spanish is on the board. And now Arjun has a choice. He can go into the Berlin with knight to f6, or just ask the question to the bishop. The bishop can step back, and mainly steps back, but it is possible to follow in the footsteps of Bobby Fischer and take the knight. But that's an old variation, and it has been known for many years how to fight such a system. So bishop to a4, and you keep the option of live of whether you want to be capturing the knight, but knight to f6, and it is going to be some decision time. How to continue? I mean, white has got so many options here. Do you allow a marshal? That is when black plays d5. Do you go for c3? Do you go for a4 at the later stage? Or do you go for h3? And everything is still very much in the air. We don't even know how Arjun will react with the bishop. I was going to say it is also possible to go b5 and bishop to c5. That would be a very aggressive system, the Archangel, against the Lopez or the Spanish. The bishop to e7, everything is relatively calm for the time being.
Very calm main line. There's no, as you said, b5, bishop c5 was one of the options. And white was not afraid of allowing the capture of the pawn. So you could also see a lot of times d3 being played earlier to avoid the forcing lines in the Berlin. This wasn't the case where you went for simply castling and bishop to e7 is on the board. Now after rook to e1, the pawn is protected. So black goes b5 and then a bit of a moment for Arjun to think. I was expecting an immediate move, but I think he's still also just getting into the game. I would think that both players have prepared this. I think this is so far not a surprise to either of them, but it's, you know yourself, Joey, how when the game begins, the first minutes are also about just getting into the zone, just getting into the game for real and not just repeating your analysis, not just repeating your preparation, but just making sure that you are fully in the zone and you're fully in the game.
Yes, and with that last move, d6, then we're seeing from Arjun that he's not going to go into any martial lines. Instead, the choices will be made later on, and perhaps this has come as the first surprise to Wei. He's now settling into thought, just thinking about what he wants to do. He's many options. He can go c3, a4, h3. I mean, moves that we discussed. One thing that you perhaps shouldn't be doing is a d4. It's very tempting to kind of strike out in the center immediately, but unfortunately, you can only play d4 if you're ready to hold the tension in the center. So that's why you're not going to see any rushing with d4. And yeah, also there's also the Noah's Ark trap. Whoops. c4.
Yeah, don't do this. d4 is very tempting and often a good move, but not in this case because your bishop will be in trouble thanks to this pawn structure and the d6 pawn ready as well to launch c5. So after d6, where you chose c3 castle, c3 prepares the d4 pawn push, and it also gives an extra square for the bishop. Later you might see this bishop appearing on this diagonal together with the queen on d3, targeting the king side of black if the position opens up further and there will be no e5 pawn blocking the way.
Yep. And okay, so decisions are going to be made, not necessarily here, but later on, it's going to be up to white how to put pressure on the position. H3, A4, those are the questions. Okay, H3 being played. But Anna, let's take a pause from this one and let's go back to our four-board view, because there's one game which already has caught my eye. So whilst it appears that the pawn structure is relatively stable in most of the games, it's the one in the bottom right between Nordabek Yakuboev against Alexander Donchenko, where we are seeing a beautiful construction where white has established pawns on d5, e4, f3, g2, the connect four, as coined by our good friend David Howell. And yeah, so what do we make of this? Because this is already aggressive stuff. Because if black does not challenge the center and just allows white this free hand in development, then it is simply going to be black struggling for space. So black eventually will have to be making some inroads into the position.
Definitely. We can replay the first couple of moves to see how we ended up in the Connect 4. It started out as what looks like The usual business that could later transpose to the Grimfeld or the King's Indian with this structure, and then depending on where black pushes the d pawn, you get one or the other opening. But instead here f3 was chosen. So white is not developing any of his pieces. Everything is on the back rank, and it continues to stay on the back rank because white decides to prioritize the pawn structure and gaining space by pushing d5 and then also going e4. This is how we ended up in this incredible pawn structure. No piece development, but lots of space for white, very good central control. And as Joey pointed out, you need to attack this center before it's too late, because white's next moves are very simple. Now white will start developing everything he can. The knight will jump to g3, most likely, to get a bit of space for the bishop as well. Now it's blocking the diagonal of the bishop. You might see castle kingside. And this hold in the center and the space advantage would give white a lot of benefits in the middle game. Therefore, e6 is crucial. Try attacking that center ASAP. And maybe in the future you will also see b5. You need to try to get a hold and try to break this pawn chain somehow, because otherwise they are taking a lot of space away of your own pieces. You can see how black cannot really develop to a lot of the squares where you would normally see the minor pieces going because of this incredible pawn structure for white.
Yes, and it's an interesting kind of decision already that we saw. I was looking at knight to e2 being played very quickly, because when I occasionally tried this out, it's going to transpose to the same-ish as we saw some members of our chat say. I completely agree with that. But I was kind of doing bishop to d3, knight to c3, and I was waiting if black ever went knight d7, then I would go knight to h3. Okay, but eventually you have to, and the reason why you put your knight on h3 is because you want to go knight to f2 and you want to solidify that center so that you can strike forward with your pawns with f4, e5. It's a very slow build game, but immediately going knight to e2. Also, I'm thinking, is the purpose to say that after e6, and we see Yakubov actually hesitate, knight e to c3, because often if the knight posts up on g3, because as white, I remember if the knight posts up to g3, I mean, I saw black kind of making h5, h4 moves again, just to not immediately. It happens after development, but you'd often do that just to kind of make the whole construction that little bit more awkward for white, and just to stop white from ever getting that free hand with f4, e5. So an interesting moment, I gotta say, because Yakubov is not like playing the automatic hand move, which is to go knight bc3.
Yeah, and that could very well be the reason. What a weird way of developing. Don't do this at home unless you study these openings very well, because it's not the most logical to first block your light squared bishop and then use the same knight to block the development of your other knight, just constantly basically obstructing your own development. But it's because this pawn structure is something that you really want to hold on to, and it comes at the price of making it a bit harder to develop very naturally. So now the knight would be where the other knight wants to jump, but at least that means it won't be chased away from g3. You can develop this bishop, and then later down the line, once you develop your dark square bishop, the knight could jump to d2. Are there any games for this particular move order, Joey?
Yes, and okay, so I checked, and knight e to c3 is the main response. And what black should be doing is what you'd expect. You'd castles first to get the king to safety, and then there will be a capture on d5. So white will just continue with development. So let's go bishop to d3, or let's go bishop to d3, just to get the king to safety. Although, hang on a second, actually, I was imprecise already. You have to go bishop e3, Anna. Sorry.
Let's show why this is imprecise, because I was also not quite sure what move order you need. Is it there's something immediate coming here on the king side, and if you castle f5, it seems that black is actually going really fast here with the king side initiative, while white is still undeveloped. Well, I guess we can say the same about black's pieces, but the pieces that are developed are very active and ready to launch an attack. Wow. Even if it's not an immediate disaster, but it would give the initiative to black. So you're saying that after e6, 93 castle, white should develop the dark squared bishop. And that means that these ideas of bringing the queen out here no longer threaten anything because you have the bishop to block.
Exactly. And when the knight comes out to h5, then you need to be ready to meet this with g4. So
and the jack is met with the
you
bishop
have to
coming
be
back.
precise with absolutely everything here. And
Very precise,
it really
yeah.
is the case that when you're neglecting development, you have to be accurate. So this whole concept of knight to h5, f5, which I can remember Bobby Fischer doing something, and it felt like in a way worse circumstance against Boris Spassky. Here, it's a very concrete idea. So bishop to e3 needs to be played. But we're seeing hesitation there from Yakuboev. And what I remember from his previous encounter against Sargsyan is that with the white pieces, he was armed to the teeth. He chose the sharpest line. You know, he was not afraid of opposite side castling. He was not afraid of trying out new ideas. So it's going to be an interesting game to follow. And the stage is set and the first moves are on the board. We are just getting started here at the World Cup in Goa. Don't go anywhere because we're going to be right back after this break.
Garry Kasparov was a hero kind of for me because when I was a kid back in 85, 86, I was less than 10 years old when he became the youngest world champion. And I remember together with my sister Sofia, we could very much appreciate his energetic style, his play, his charisma. But of course in those times there were no internet, so we were watching some Soviet television and following the games and matches. Later on in 87, when he had to defend his title, it was a long classical match, 24 games. He was 1 point behind, and in the last game, he had to win. He was in a must-win situation with the white pieces, and I remember how much we were rooting for him. And he was able to do that with a very special strategy to equalize the match. But in those times, that was the rule, that if you equal the match, the world champion keeps the title. And then, of course, in those times, I was dreaming that one time I will be playing against Kasparov. And just a year later, in 88, I was playing together with my sisters at the Olympiad for the first time, and that time in the women's section, winning the Olympiad, and it was so special to see him next to me playing. We were playing on the same stage. I was like 12 and a half years old. I was killing everybody in the Olympiad. So people noticed my performance, including Kasparov. And after I made the best performance, 12 and a half out of 13, there were journalists asking him, for example, what do you think about Judith's performance? And he said, well, she plays incredible. She's going to be a women's world champion. And then when they asked him whether, do you think you're ever going to be playing with her? Then he said, no. This game, there's so much tension, right? So he was not able to imagine that. And just a few years later, in 94, that was the first occasion when I was able to play with him. And that was a very memorable game because there were some interesting things, an issue, there's some special videos. That's another story. And later on, I got to play with him in many occasions. It was very hard for me to play against him because I felt for a long time that basically Kasparov comes into the playing hall, sits down opposite to me, and without making a single move, I'm just going to be losing. So I needed quite some time until I was able to give him a great challenge. And even if I lost at the end, even then I gave some interesting positions, he was sweating and so on. And then the breakthrough was in 2001 when I was playing in Linares again with him. We played a mini match because there were 8 players, so we were playing with white and black. And there I could find really my strategy, how to make him sweat and make his life difficult. And it was a very balanced mini match, 2 draws. And then later on, the big step for me with Gary, it was when he invited me to have a training session with him in Makarska, where he usually spent his summers. And that was a very special experience to see Kasparov from close up, from morning till evening, when he's just casual in his short and shirt, telling stories, eating, chatting, laughing at the same time, some hours of the day, training and analyzing some King's Indian positions, and being him curious about my knowledge in that opening. So that was very special experience. And then later on, he retired from chess. That was a very interesting thing. But before that, I won against him in one game. So that was very special for me. And I think for the world that I won in 2002 when we played in Moscow, the rest of the world against Russia. And that was a very important victory for me. And then later on, we were working together on different projects. We are both going very much supporting chess in education, where we are kind of teaming up sometimes, supporting each other's foundations and thoughts. So Gary is a very unique and special GOAT in the chess world.
And we are back with the first game of the quarterfinals. Just 8 players remaining. 4 matches in progress. And it's a tense one, as always, as the players start thinking about the ultimate prize. The first place, but also those 3 candidate spots. For some players, well, they have been locked in for 15 days. For others, it's been a little bit shorter, but it's been equally tense. And as we are seeing there, Wei Yi on our screens, well, he's got the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. And for Domchenko, he already has gone on the attack, on the offensive, by choosing a very unconventional opening with an unstable pawn structure. So that one is shaping up very nicely. And going to our 4-board view, Anna, I gotta ask you, where should we go to? Because I see that we kind of called it there against Nordebek, against Alexander, that e6, knight ec3. We're expecting white now to be very precise and to go bishop to e3. That was a little bit of a must. But maybe we can cast our attention to the other 2 games in progress.
I would love to start with the game of Jose Martinez against Javokir Sindarov, because that's the only game where the queens are already off of the board, and we could go through the opening moves and see how they ended up in this situation where everything is very symmetrical. So we could dive into that game later in terms of the details, but from what we see here on the forward board view, I think we can specify that this is a very calm approach. This is a very solid approach. Neither of the players are going for anything crazy or aggressive, but it doesn't mean that there is no pressure. If you have something symmetrical, it will always favor the player that has the first move. That is, white starts, white has an extra tempo. So there is a slight advantage playing anything that's mirrored, playing anything that's so symmetrical. And of course, it also means that at some point, you will have to stop copying the opponent's moves. White is a few moves ahead in development. You see the white rook already on the open file, and you see the white knight on the queen side is already developed. So a slight edge for white, but very solid for Jose. What do you think of positions like this, Jovi? I'm curious.
Well, I'm kind of curious, actually, by white placing the knight onto c3, because my understanding of these positions is that usually a knight will go onto d2. And a lot of people were like, but why put the knight on d2. It looks so passive. Well, it's like you say, you kind of have to go on the front foot. You already have to start making black's life a little bit tricky. And you do that primarily by targeting this bishop on c5. So this is why you'll see like very small moves, a3, b4 might appear, knight d2, knight to b3, and start asking the questions. But he's planning to do that in a different way. He drops the bishop back, and again, everyone will be like, why? I mean,
Yes,
is white
why?
going on the pass?
And so
What is
quickly.
this?
So this is
Yes.
his preparation, Joey. This is his preparation. Let's see it move by move, because we gotta explain these nuances. I need an explanation too to some of these, because grandmaster level chess can be puzzling. The opening is not that puzzling. This is the Queen's Gambit, and Jose went for capturing the pawn. Queen's Gambit accepted. The knights are developed on the king's side. Black has got an extra pawn, but it's not an extra pawn that is easy to hold on to. Oftentimes you will see white winning the pawn back simply by pushing this pawn and then capturing it, because holding on to it comes at a price. Those pawns on the queen's side will start being attacked. So black gives back the pawn instead of guarding it. You focus on developing your pieces, and you focus on hitting the center, because this pawn is really pretty here in the center for white. It gives you more space. It gives you a really good central control. You cannot allow your opponent to have everything they want. You need to fight for that center yourself. So c5, very logical. Castle. Jose develops the bishop, and now that the bishop has been developed, that's when white takes. I think this is really instructive in any opening, that if you have the option of taking and you want to take, make sure your opponent waits to move before you do so, because if you capture this pawn earlier instead of castling, you're helping black develop the bishop immediately, whether it's first the queen trade or bishop takes. But the point is, this bishop has not moved yet, and it will immediately develop by capturing the pawn. So white wins a bit of time, and not time on the clock, but time on the board. It wins the tempo by waiting, developing by castling, and then once this bishop has moved, that's when you capture the pawn. The queen trade happened, and somehow I think the computer is just still very sleepy and needs a coffee. And Mark, the rook takes d1 as a mistake. Only move. Maybe it's an only move. I don't know. It's marking it red. I don't know what red means. I think the computer needs a coffee. Bishop takes c5, knight c3, castle, and bishop e2. Jovi, why is that bishop going back? What's the point of moving a piece that looks perfectly fine on the square where it is? Why is it retreating without even being attacked?
Well, primarily, I think it's not I think. Primarily, it's to do with the fact that it's actually still very difficult for black to develop the bishop on c8. So the bishop going to e2 has like a twofold purpose. First up, it clears a post for the knight to pop up to c4. Because remember, you want to be slowly kind of just asking the questions to black's pieces. And also the bishop can then line up on f3 and again start tying down the bishop to c8 as it has to keep defense over b7. So then there's that point as well. And then with a knight now being on c6, it's very, very interesting, because knight c6, okay, takes some squares, but at the same time, you do leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to kind of a3, b4 ideas, kind of gradually expanding on the queen side. And just one thing I wanted to point out is that Sindarov, yeah, okay, he can serve with both hands. He's an e4, d4, c4. He can play all the openings under the sun, but he has been playing e4 in this event. And so d4 perhaps coming as a small surprise to Jose Martinez. And for Jose, he also has a very wide repertoire. We've also seen him play all manner of openings. And that is literally has been his strategy, just to keep switching openings. So perhaps the Queen's Gambit accepted was a surprise for Sindarov in return. And now what we're seeing is that Sindarov saying, hey, I will go into a type of position like this where I've seen Wesley squeeze out the win many times. And again, it's just those incremental gains. You just use the fact that this bishop on c8 isn't the best piece. You start to harass this bishop on c5, drive it back. And there's just a just a touch more harmony in the white position than there is for black. And it is very, very small. I mean, if Sindarov is not effective in just making black's life uncomfortable, then the position will probably fizzle out and it'll be a draw. And Jose has said in interviews that his approach is to be as rock solid as possible.
And he has done a tremendous job, being very, very difficult to beat. In fact, he is unbeatable at this event so far. He has not lost a single game, but it's the same for Sindarov. The players here in this matchup, one of them will need to go down, and they have had a path to the quarterfinals that included no defeats whatsoever. They would either hold or win, not a single loss. Very solid and very strong performance. And I'm so curious if we're going to see what you have mentioned. A3 is on the board indeed. Try to start tickling this bishop, gaining some space on the queen side. That will also allow your bishop to have a really nice spot on b2, fianchetto your bishop to develop it onto a very active diagonal, the long diagonal. So there's a slight pressure on black, certainly, and we still need to see how Jose is planning to develop this bishop. He could try b6, bishop b7, and after b4 he might want to retreat to e7. So both bishops will end up being, again, mirrored, very similar piece placement, but the slight difference will be the pawn structure on the queen side.
Yeah.
And whether this bishop goes here, or do you try e4?
Yeah, so what I also wanted to say about this a3 b4 pawn advance. So I did prepare this, I remember, for a world championship knockout, and yeah, it was a long time ago, but I kind of liked the fact that white had that very small but pleasant advantage. And my understanding was that when black plays knight to c6, that's the time when you can go a3, b4. Usually black doesn't tend to rush with a knight coming to c6. Usually they're going b6, bishop b7, and knight to d7. And you can understand that there's a lot more fluidity in the position. There's a lot more harmony. And with a knight standing on c6, then you can go for that approach. And it is, again, about very small things. Like, for instance, getting a knight to c4, you start eyeballing d6, and it's not much in it. I mean, again, but you have to be on the defensive as black, and not everyone enjoys playing quiet defensive positions.
It could be something like this, just to present the ideas that Joby was saying. It might not exactly be the specific moves that they'll play, although it wouldn't be surprising if this is where we are heading. The small advantage that Joby has described, and the knight heading towards c4. Once the knight is on c4, it's also targeting the d6 square. You can't really chase that knight away with b5 because that weakens because that's at the moment not possible. But even if you prepare for it, it will leave weaknesses in black's camp one way or the other. So it's somewhat better for white, slight pressure, but very solid from black's perspective. I think what we see from the time management is that Sindarov, yes, he has gotten the surprise in. He didn't go for e4 today. He went for the queen's gambit. But even if you are caught out of your preparation, even if your opponent manages to surprise you, it doesn't mean that it's the end of the world. It's just it's just a story that you can see on the time management of the two players, that Sindarov so far still seems to be in his preparation, while for Jose, he needs to work it out over the board and recall everything that he analyzed, even if not for today's game, but he definitely has studied these positions before.
Yes. And it's interesting, though, because the general advice when it comes to studying openings, and it's one that I've advocated myself, is that you tend to focus all of your energies on the sharpest lines that you have, because there, you make a mistake, you might be busted. So these type of positions, you tend to kind of go by the plans. You don't give them that much energy. And maybe this is why we're seeing Jose just take his time, figure out exactly where to put the pieces. Both sides, by the way, have to be precise, both Yavokir and Sindarov, Sorry, yeah, both Yavaka, they're the same person. Yavaki and Jose.
I liked it. I thought that was a great joke, and I was already like, wow, I should do that more often too. You know, it's
No, no, no.
Joey and Hoska and Anna and Rudolph.
Yes, no, it was me just getting everything confused. So not quite right. But yeah, thank you very much, Anna. I like it too. But you
I
have a name
appreciate
that
it.
can actually flip. Yeah, Anna
Yeah,
and Rudolph.
it
You see?
happens to me sometimes that it's flipped because in Hungarian the order is different, you know. So we use the surname first and then the first name. So it gets very confusing that when it's like in certain documents I have it in different order and they think that I'm Anna or they think I'm Rudolph. And in Spain they have double surnames, so that becomes even more confusing. Yeah. Culture. It's always confusing with names too, but when it comes to the position, I think you have not been confused at all because you're predicting exactly what the players are doing.
Well, we're going to be seeing though. I mean, this one is still building up very slowly, but is now for Sindarov to find the correct path to put the pressure. And remember, this is a game of small margins. And Sindarov is just simply saying to Jose, I've studied this position. I know how to coordinate the pieces. And I'm hoping to make you feel uncomfortable. And just that little bit of discomfort is sometimes enough to push your opponent over the edge and just take big risks.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to go back to our bird's eye view of the 4 games
Yes.
that are underway to see how the other games are developing too? I'm curious about all the developments, of course, and the one game that we haven't gone to recently is the game of Wei Yi against Arjun Erigaisi, if there has been more development since in that Rui Lopez.
Yes, so let's head there, and then I'm kind of curious if we can head to the game between Sam Shankland and Andrei Esipenko, because I think in 22 I had Sam's 1d4 course, a very good chessable course, and I'm just kind of curious to see whether he's gone for his approach. I suspect that he's playing something a little bit different, but as you mentioned, there's been some developments. The bishops are off in the game between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi. Has this been played before? The answer is yes.
How many games are in the database for this? We left it at h3, the move that prevents black from pinning the knight on f3. The bishop goes to e6 instead. It's a very natural way to develop it, and black is never really afraid of doubling the pawns. Sometimes doubled pawns can be a weakness. This is not one of those cases because these 3 pawns together, and in fact the 4 pawns together with the c pawn, it's a very solid and very safe structure, and the pawn is capturing toward the center, opens up the f5 for the rook, and is helping you have a really good control of the central squares. So it's never really something that white wants to take. You don't allow your opponent to, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Instead of capturing the bishop, it is d4 that Wei Yi has played, is threatening d5, attacking both the knight and the bishop. And I love how this was just nicknamed the baby fork in PogChamps years ago. I still call it the baby fork myself because I thought it's adorable. You know, when the pawn gives a fork, that's the baby fork. So it's threatening a baby fork here. Black takes the bishop. You can take back with the pawn or you can take with the queen. Queen takes was the choice of Wei Yi, and now h6. So that's how the bishops were traded, not allowing the pawn push, the baby fork. And now it is up to white how to develop the rest of the queen side.
And what is very interesting is h6 seems to be a new move. No one has really tried that. There's only been 3 games in the database. Everyone has kind of either gone for queen to d7 or even more ambitiously say, hey, the time is right to go d5. But I can understand why Arjun may be surprised. No, he's not surprised. Absolutely not surprised by it. Just looking at the clock times, I'm seeing
And the chairs,
there's
looking at
barely
the
been any
chairs.
time. Yes.
And the players
So,
are
okay.
calmly pacing around in the opening phase. It means they still know what they are doing, or they have run out of water, because those water bottles are tiny. You really need an army of those water bottles to not run out of it during the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They were, oh yeah, water bottle for ants. Sorry, I like to quote Zoolander at times. But yeah, Queen to D7 was the move that was normally played. But Arjun is like, you know what, the H6, and okay, he's kind of gone into this Queen to D7 after
Mm-hmm.
the most natural move from Wei Yi.
So this leaves the pawn hanging, but once you take on b5, that opens up the a file, and now the rook on a1 is hanging. White could take the rook to then grab the pawn, but I think that's the whole idea behind the queen d7, isn't it, Jovi? That once the queen is on d7, you have this really pretty tactical pattern. You are down a pawn now, but you won it back by taking on d4, which now is a discovered attack toward the white queen. If you take the queen as white, there's an intermediate move, check, and then you capture the queen. One might think, okay, but this surely is not working, because when black takes on d4, you can take that with the knight, and that guards the queen. And yet it doesn't matter, because black would just take that knight, and this queen is guarded by the knight. So at the end of the day, we would land in something like this, where it's still an extra pawn, but I think it should be the activity of the black pieces and immediate attacks against those pawns that will give the I guess it will give a compensation at the least for the pawn.
Yes, and the rook is actually going to swoop into a2 or go to rook to b8. It's going to be very difficult to handle the pressure against b2. All the while, white isn't developed. So I think that a takes b5 is perhaps a little bit too spooky for Wei Yi to play, especially when Arjun seems to be wheeling out his preparation. So I suspect that we're going to be seeing another move, but then that would be just simply knight bd2. And knight bd2 and knight to f1, and the game kind of continues.
Yeah, and it is already quite a big time advantage for Arjun, and clearly it's what you have highlighted, Jovi, that Arjun is very comfortable, and this is what he wanted. This is his preparation. While for Wei Yi, he got somewhat surprised, maybe not fully surprised, as in, yeah, the Spanish opening is quite common. This has been one of the main lines, but even within the Spanish, there's so many nuances. There's so many slight changes, and what you explained, that h6, for instance, is not the most common. Is it a novelty, or is just that there are not many games for h6, Joey?
Not many games. Not many games, and certainly not with queen to d7. Everyone, the two games that are in the database after a4, black had gone queen to b8. The queen to d7 is a better move, so to speak, because if tactically you can defend b5 because of the trick that you highlighted, the queen step into d7 connects the rook, and it is going to be a little bit easier for black to handle the development. Also, black is absolutely fine in terms of development. As you mentioned, rook to f to b8 can overprotect b5. Maybe you can also go rook a to b8 at the right time as well and build. But it's a question for Wei Yi. Does he force the pace of the game right now by going a takes b5 and going to that rather forcing line, which at the end of it probably looks like it could fizzle out into a draw? Or should he kind of keep things a little bit more flexible, go knight d2 and then knight to f1? You have to take care of the knight first and just leave that tension brewing on the queen side.
Yeah, it's definitely decision time, and it makes sense that he's investing more time in this moment, because it makes quite a big difference whether you go for the simplifications with a takes b5 or you develop the knight to d2. I just want to highlight how funny the computer can be sometimes, because the top move, according to the computer in this position, is queen to d1. I don't think we're going to see queen to d1. I don't exactly understand why the engine is so keen on retreating with the queen, but everything is still standing on the back rank on the queen side. The queen, I think, is perfectly fine on b3. But yeah, that's just, I think, how computers play chess. And I would think we will see either a takes b5 or knight to d2, more human approach to actually make progress now and develop.
Yeah, well, we will see. Queen to d1 might make an appearance. It's not a move I had on my radar, but okay, it's just simply arguing at some point if a rook stands on b8, you're going to have to move the queen back anyhow. So the action is happening in the center and the queen is offside, but it's a difficult one for a human to play, to undevelop. And the queen side being there on the starting squares, that's troubling for Wei Yi, and that's why he's thinking a lot, and he's not happy. And is not happy that he's playing one of the world's best players, Arjun, who has such a fearsome reputation, and Arjun is clearly in preparation.
Clearly in preparation, and Wei Yi is ready to test the preparation. Okay, I like that approach, that he is not afraid of going for the most forcing line just because he knows that his opponent is very well prepared. Arjun has been gaining time, not spending time, and Wei Yi says, okay, I'm going to test what you have prepared, and I'm going to see how this plays out. Will he follow up with the most forcing move, capturing the pawn and allowing knight takes d4, which will be a pawn up for white, but black should have enough compensation?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the question. I mean, does Wei Yi have other moves in mind, like for instance, knight to a3, just piling the pressure on b5, or is that just really inviting black to go b4 and disrupt the center?
Good question. b4 is a very strong move because it would undermine the c3 pawn, and that's the one that's guarding the d4 pawn. So this could become very tricky for black, and this could become very tricky for white, and black could take the initiative if that central pawn falls. I think the evaluation board is still showing that it's roughly equal, but if anyone will start playing this for a win or try to push, it is Arjun, because it's the kind of position where white has more issues than black.
Yeah.
And the pawn is taken on b5. Okay, we are going for this very forcing line. Wei Yi is testing the home preparation of Arjun, and at the same time, Wei Yi is trusting his own calculation, because you cannot just land in this and not calculate it, of course. Knight takes, discovered attack, the white knight takes back, guards the queen. It's taken now. He's going to capture the queen on d7. This is a very lengthy line that they have either analyzed. Arjun is the one with the analysis, and Wei Yi, I think he calculated it over the board.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm interested, actually. Is Wei Yi satisfied with the draw? Can we just go really into the weeds here? Because queen takes queen is more or less forced if you want to be a pawn up. And here we kind of stopped and said compensation. I agree with that. C takes d4. And now, what is the most? And then you bishop to f6. And this is where you had c5 as well. Bishop to e3.
Yeah, c5,
again, these
or
moves
I guess
are
the
very
rook
forcing.
moves. Yeah, the rook moves are very tempting too. Rook a2 or rook b8, and c5 is the other forcing move to just force the matter on this central square and open up the diagonal. We are seeing the queens being traded, so this is exactly where we might be heading.
Yeah, and the we're on move 17, so the players just can't offer a draw. There's a 30 move limit to draw offers. You have to pass move 30, and now we're going to get to see Arjun's preparation. Bishop f6, yep, you called it. It's on the board. And again, if you want to hold the pawn on d4, bishop e3 is the most natural move. There's another alternative to go rook to d1, but it does feel that you're taking liberties with development.
Yeah, that would look kind of scary. It feels like there should be something. I was gonna say there's something with Rook A1, but the computer is just saying if Rook D1, Black can just take that pawn because then Rook A1 will cash in on the back rank. So there's certain issues. It's not a losing move. White would still be fine after giving up the bishop and playing this endgame. Maybe offering a rook trade because this rook is too strong. You want to get rid of it, and this knight endgame should be equal. So even if there's a slight mistake, it would most likely just lead to Black winning the pawn back and simplifications. But honestly, for Arjun, this is great preparation, and he's the one with the black pieces. You can't really brute force yourself to a win with the black pieces. It depends on how much white wants to play on, whether you get to have a game or not. And this is a mini match. They're playing the quarterfinals, a mini match with each color. So if Arjun is comfortably drawing this with the black pieces, he's going to have the white pieces tomorrow. And that's the only game remaining in this match in classical.
Yes. And this is the strategy that everyone and anyone talks about in World Cup when you're playing those 2-game mini matches. You want to hold the position as black. You want to press with white. It's as simple as that. And this will be, I'm sure this is going to be fizzling out into a draw anytime soon, because black rook to b8 being played is going to be targeting b2. There's not too many pieces, and white is relatively solid. But it was a great opening idea to equalize, and Wei Yi will now have to do some work on the white side of this particular opening, because this has not brought him any rewards whatsoever. So Anna, I suspect we don't have too much to see here, because we're going to be seeing the great endgame swap. And maybe we go back to our 4-board view and take a look at some of the other games. And the one I'm especially interested in is there's two that are really catching my eye. It is, of course, Norbek Yakuboev against Onchenko there, bottom right. But it's also the game between Sam Shankland and Andrei Esipenko, their bottom left. We haven't really given it any attention. And Shank the Tank, as he's now being called.
Yeah, let's go to their game. I completely forgot that we've gone around a full circle, but Sam, we have talked a lot about Sam's path on how his supposedly lowest rated, weakest opponent in the World Cup was Vasily Ivanchuk. That's the kind of tournament Sam Shankland is having. He has taken down one legend after the other, one monster high-rated opponent after the other. His rating performance is nearly 2,800. And he's got the white pieces today against Andrei Esipenko. We can go through the opening moves quickly if you would like, Jovi, to see how we ended up here. It transposed from this queen's gambit declined, and then the trade on d5, bishops developing, and black not playing it with the more traditional bishop e7 approach, but bishop to b4. I'm gonna actually speed up because they have made a couple of moves since. The queen gives a check, but it's not a blunder. Black can and will block and defend the bishop at the same time. And the current position is the following. And black has taken on c3, rook takes back. White is still in the middle of the board with the king, while black has castled. So the only thing that white needs to be careful about is to finish development 2 on the king side ASAP. Bishop going to d3 and castling could be the next moves.
Yes, and black also has to be very careful here, because once white completes development, what is going to happen is that knight on c6 stands in front of his own pawns. So what you then do is you start to destabilize that knight. Now, if that knight is resolutely defended, say for instance, you're going to go b4, they go a6, you start undermining the defenders of that knight. So for instance, you have eyeballs on b7, you start posting up a knight onto c5. This is just a general strategy for when white completes the development. And so in order to just avoid all of this is why you're seeing Esipenko go knight to e7 while he can. Because if White had castled, bishop to d3, castles as Anna's indicating. Knight to e7 at some point would no longer be an option because rook takes c7 would be there on tap.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. And if White wants to take that pawn now, that's a very different story, with the king still in the middle of the board, undeveloped king side, and Black could say, okay, you've taken that pawn, you're up a pawn, your rook is looking scary, but what if I tried to trap that rook? You are no longer going back, there's no retreat, and Black is simply threatening to capture that rook. How do you get out of there?
No, you don't get out of there. So that's why it's a bad idea. I think, maybe you would have some compensation if the king were castled, and you'd have some pressure on d5. But as it stands, that rook is trapped in no man's land. So Esipenko, he knows his stuff. And now what he wants to do is set up this kind of b7, c6. It's not, d5 pawn formation, rock solid. And he's going to argue that this is just like a Queen's Gambit exchange variation where the bishop can come out to f5. And White is also going to be arguing the same with the Carlsbad pawn structure. That's what we call it. And then, b4, b5 is going to be in the air for Sam. But it's a tense struggle, I gotta be saying.
Very tense. And I think both players have prepared, but also got somewhat surprised. The time management is very balanced, and by now they should be out of the preparation. It's more about this middle game and the middle game plans and strategies. It's something that, of course, they're both very familiar with, but still you start thinking and spending time because the minor difference between move orders, between how and when you choose to play what, is quite a big difference. These positions are very subtle.
Yeah, completely subtle. Like, for instance, here, the reason Sam is thinking, he's not considering capturing the pawn on c7, but he's thinking ahead. He's like, okay, if the bishop comes to d3, then what's going to be happening is that Black will eventually post up a bishop to f5. Do I want to be swapping off that bishop? Yes, no. And if the answer is no, then you're going to have to actually retreat that bishop to e2. And who's gained from that dance? And that's something that's going to be running through the mind, because if that's going to be a future problem, then you have to take the time out now and go bishop to e2. And that it is what it is. Whereas, and he's also thinking, is the d3 square a square that I should have available for a knight to go into? Is the bishop trade actually going to be something that I'm not afraid of because of these long-term issues that we were talking about, with White cracking open a line, the C line, and trying to come in to the queen side? Those are the kind of the nuances that we are talking about. Also, it's not just White playing this game. Black has the pieces all primed and ready on the king side. So Black also might be thinking about, going bishop f5 and then posting a knight to d6, and from where it starts looking at c4 and e4, and the black pawns, they're pointing towards the king side. And so we often have this very famous expression that you follow the direction to where your pawns are pointing to. So this is just the kind of the battle that will be happening on our screens.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting strategic battle. It's one of the most traditional openings in chess. It has been studied for so long that it's even older than, I don't know, many of the players combined. How long would this opening go back in time, Joey, if we say number of years or decades or centuries?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because at least the 20s, you'd think. I mean, Botvinnik was making this very famous as White. He was advancing on the queen side. I also I suspect that Capablanca and they were around a long, long time ago. So, yeah, in the olden days, the good old, everyone was going e4, e5, and let's have some fun there. But
the romantic
I
era.
I agree with you. That was a long, long time ago. So it's probably older than the majority of the players combined, I'm going to say. I'm going to hedge my bets.
I think that's a safe statement to say, and that just goes to show that the classical traditional positions in chess, no matter that nowadays we have the computer and the engines, they are still some of the most sound, some of the most interesting also to play. It's not something that's a dull, boring position. It's solid. It's not about fireworks, but there's still so much to it with all the subtleties, with all the nuances, and even if it's the same kind of pieces, same amount of pieces, but just a slight difference that this pawn is on c7 and not on e6, it makes a big difference when it comes to the strategies. The pawn structure is not completely symmetrical. It means that black has 4 pawns on the queen side, while white has a pawn majority on the king side. You would normally think that you play on the side where you have a pawn majority, but this is one of those positions where it's the opposite case because of the piece placement and because of how it is about these semi-open files, for instance, for the rook, and how white often tries to push the b pawn and try to open up the queen side to get closer to black's pawns and try to weaken the pawn structure of black on the queen side, why black is going to try to play on the king side oftentimes. And that's why Sam is considering where to place the bishop, if he wants to trade the bishops or not. Is black going to place a knight on f5 or a bishop on f5? Is the bishop coming to g4? Is black going to push at some point the h-pawn? Because if white castles here, I mean, that would also be an option down the line for black to try to weaken the king side of white. So it's a very deep, rich strategic position. No fireworks, but more about the subtleties of maneuvering your pieces, making the right trades, and not weakening your position. Every pawn push has its price in positions like this, and you will see the players being very careful about what they weaken. If they push the pawns, it will be with just very straightforward ideas. You're not gonna see anything other than a handshake here soon. Switching back to Wei against Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes, and the players, they are on the speedway to that draw, as we're going to be seeing a rook and 3 against a rook and 3. Now the players just have to reach that move 30, they're on move 27, or they just have to manufacture a threefold repetition. The king, this is where it's happening. The rook is going to give a check. The king will tuck itself in the corner to escape, and then Arjun will simply repeat. And wow, excellent preparation there from Arjun. And tomorrow, he'll be having the white pieces. He'll be looking to apply the pressure. And as we expected, a very close match. But for Wei Yi, he now has to go back to the room and do some homework on how to actually try to get an advantage in this particular line that Arjun just employed. Handshake, and the score sheets have been signed, and we have our first result of the quarterfinals. It's a draw. So that was the result we expected, Anna.
It is the result we expected, and it's everything you said about Arjun's preparation for Wei Yi. He's going to have the black pieces tomorrow against Arjun. Remember that this is a knockout format, and it's about minute matches. They play a game with each color. So this, I think, is a very good start for the top seed, number 2 of the field, but currently the only remaining highest rated player at the World Cup, Arjun Erigaisi, will be having, I think, the psychological edge tomorrow, and also having the white pieces tomorrow. Quite some task for Wei Yi to make sure that he will be ready for any kind of opening tomorrow by Arjun, because Arjun is going to go for it with the white pieces. I don't think we can expect a short, quick draw tomorrow.
I agree. I mean, he's definitely going to be going for it. He'll be putting the pressure on Wei Yi, just testing the defenses. And okay, so we have our first draw. And by the way, Anna, I did just do a quick check. The very first time the Queen's Gambit was played was back in 90 or something like that. So a long, long, long
Oh,
time ago. But, you know, the Carlsbad pawn structure that we talked about, that's currently on the board between Sam Shankland and Andrei Esipenko, with black having pawns on b7, c6, and d5, and white having f2, e3, d4. Well, that was kind of made popular in the 1920s in a tournament in Carlsbad. So it was 1920s. So I still don't know
in the
whether
middle. Yeah.
combined the players combined. But
Combined age, yeah. I'm not very good with numbers, but I think that was a not yesterday. That was a few years ago, 1920s. Carlsbad makes sense that it's called the Carlsbad system. This pawn structure, that it's a tournament in Carlsbad where it became popular.
mhm. Yeah, and I'm trying to follow the golden rule: never do math on air. But okay, everyone is older than well, not everyone. Yevgeny Sindarov is 19 years old. The others are in their 20s. So yeah, I think we're safe to say that the combined age of the players is older than the Carlsbad pawn structure. But okay, I took a little bit of a detour, but well, we still have excitement though, and I'm really transfixed to the game between Nordebek Yakubov against Alexander Donchenko, bottom right, because G4, as I say,
Wow.
it just makes an
Wow.
appearance, and this was something that we saw that was quite the critical defense. Defense is a little bit too strong a word, but it was a very important mechanism to keep control of the position, because as we saw, you know, you highlighted in earlier variations that black really was threatening to kind of disrupt the pawn center with f7, f5. With g4, white is going full on maximalist. And big question that you're highlighting, what about that little check on h4?
That little check looks so scary. Can we just roll back for 1 second for those of you who are now waking up or joining us? This game is something that you should not follow if you don't play these openings. Do not repeat it at home, because it's all about pushing your pawns instead of developing your pieces, weakening your king by pushing the f pawn too. So you need to be someone who studies a lot of chess and knows these lines very well, because this is not something that you can just wing. The players are not winging it. The players, especially Nordebek here with the white pieces, this is what he wanted to play. He blocks his bishop, and then he blocks with the same knight the other knight's development square for the reasons that Jovi already analyzed earlier. Not the most traditional way to play, but it's actually good for white. It's actually keeping the space advantage and the central control of white, but black needs to hit and try to expand on the queen side. That was stopped, so now black is trying on the king side. According to the computer, this was inaccurate, and white could have pushed g4 immediately to allow this check, and then just say calmly, okay, I think my king is fine on d2. Everything is okay. Do not repeat this at home. I cannot even look at it. Like, what's the king doing on d2? It's all about how concrete this line is, because now the knight is hanging, so you need to go back, and then your queen gets a little weird on h4. There is not that much harmony, and white will simply just run over to the queen side and say my king is safe there while you have no attack on the king side. Yeah, easy, simple chess. This did not happen. The check was not, g4 was not given, because that check looks really scary. White plays instead queen e2. I think it's a more human approach, so that when you push the pawn, you'll be able to block with the queen. But black says, no, I'm guarding the square now with the bishop, and white still pushes g4, so it does allow this check. And now the king would go to d1. No reason to block your own pieces anymore. It goes to d1 because the queen has moved away from that square. And it's the same situation, that even though you no longer can castle, you will castle artificially by marching to the queen side with your king. And at the same time, this knight needs to retreat. It can only go to f6 or g7. If you go to f6, again, the same issue. This queen is now a bit lost on her own. What a weird position, though. So white marches to queen side and says, you go and attack on the king side. There's nothing going on here. Wow. Jovi, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a strange position. I gotta say. I just wanted to add to one of your points that maybe some people, and I would have included a 10-year-old me in this, would have said, "Well, hang on, Anna. We all know the tactical motif of the knight jumping into G3 because the queen
Oh,
stands
of
on
course.
H4."
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. We could
and
show that. Yes.
that would be catastrophic for black because, and I assure you, I also fell for this as a kid. The queen would just slide back to e1 and there would be a pin on the board. And suddenly everything just collapses for black. So I just wanted to highlight that little trick. And then going back to the actual position, I mean, well, not to the actual position, the end analysis that you had. Well, this kind of position with the knight going back to f6, maybe it needs to go to g6, g7, I'm going to say, just so that then, f5 will be coming. But regardless, I've had a lot of experience in this type of position, not with the king on c2, admittedly, but with the king castled, but the pawn structure is relatively the same. And what you kind of want to be doing as white is you want to be posting up a knight to c4. That's a dream square for the knight. And the next thing is that you want to be posting up the bishop to f4 as well, because d6 is the vulnerable spot. And all you have to do as white is you have to just control the queenside break. That's b7, b5. And if you do that, then black is going to be in big problems. And look at this, Anna. Probably he shouldn't come out with the queen to h4 because we saw that it gets very stuck out there. And now king to d1, the only move. That's what we had. And now Donchenko, okay, he's not going to go knight to g3. He's not going to be falling for that one. Instead,
No.
I suspect knight to g7 is his big plan, because then the queen will have that path back to, say, e7, and black gets ready to go for a push with f5 soon as they've taken care of the king.
I agree with you that I think we're going to see knight to g7 and trying to push f5, because you need to show what you have for having space, having given up so much space. White has a better control of the center and white has more space. Yes, it's a funky king, but he's going to hide on the queen side. And then it is black who is like, okay, am I castling? Am I not castling? My king is still in the middle of the board. So black will need to answer that question too on what happens to the black king. It would be likely to see something like, I don't know if immediate king c2, it might actually not be necessary to play that immediately. White could try to start developing the pieces, as Jovi pointed out. But I think for black, we will see castle kingside to get the king out of the e-file and get ready to push f5, because you want to strike as well. You want to have some active counterplay. You're not just sitting there with the limited space. You need to break out of it, break your pieces free, get them more active. And if you get to play f5 in the right moment and break some of this pawn structure, then your queenside pieces will be happier too, because suddenly the bishop could have somewhere to develop to. Right now, these pieces are struggling with space. You only have the d7 square, and the knight goes to f6. Interesting. So he doesn't want to play for f5. Maybe he wants to play for h5 instead.
Right, but Donchenko's really rolling the dice here, because he could get caught out with that queen, on h4. Because the first move that comes to mind is, okay, knight to d2, knight to c4. That was my initial plan. But I also wonder, with the queen being out there on h4, is there anything that one can do to basically trap her? Because you're like one move away from trapping her. Like, I'm thinking at bishop f4, and I'm thinking, oh, but maybe bishop f4 isn't quite right.
Bishop f4 to attack the pawn. Ooh, apparently this would be good if it wasn't for a very specific and tactical pattern sacrificing the knight. We cannot take it. So knight f6, to be fair, we do need to highlight this, because I completely forgot about this myself. Knight f6 does threaten to capture the pawn because of this skewer. But I think the issue with knight f6 is that if you prevent this, and there's several ways in which you can prevent it, for instance, move the king out of the diagonal, then black can no longer take here. It's not worth 2 pawns to give up a piece. unless there's more compensation for it after. So if you cannot take, then this is the problem that Joey was highlighting. Suddenly black's pieces are not coordinating well, and you are also blocking that f5 pawn break that would have been the key in many of the positions we were analyzing. How does black break out of this? And now bishop f4, Jovi's idea of putting pressure on the pawn, and also bishop g3, tickling this queen. This queen is a bit awkward
hang
here.
on.
And
Anna,
oh,
he's gone
yeah,
king c2.
c2.
Because knight takes g4 was a little bit of a hidden threat. I must admit, I completely missed it because I was looking at the long-term possibilities. But
Me
king
too.
c2,
It's very
spotted
hidden.
by
Yeah.
Yakubov, and now there are massive plans of going bishop f4, knight to d2. I like knight to d2 just in principle because you're keeping a bit more of an eye on the. Remember, black's plan is to go b5 and break out like that, and the knight on d2 just means that the rooks have that connection with each other. But king c2, it's gutsy stuff here from Yakubov. But as we saw from his match against Sarkisian, he's well capable of embracing the risk and just going for the most aggressive lines.
Very capable of that, and this position is definitely going to be a fun one to follow. I don't know how fun it is for Donchenko to play it. I'm slightly worried about what he might be experiencing here, because yes, you managed to get your opponent's king to never be able to castle, but right now the white king is safer than the black king, and black will eventually need to castle to get that king out of a potential disaster in a few moves down the line on the e-file. But this would be very safe if the bishop is on g7, and if your queen is not dancing out there on her own, being cut away from the rest of the pieces. This could be very balanced and harmonious. It's just the fact that this bishop is out, the knight is blocking its way, and the knight is also blocking the way of the queen. There is not much coordination between those three pieces.
Also, you just, as you mentioned, you also have to remember my words of warning right back in the beginning, because if white is allowed to solidify the pawn structure, and by that I mean complete development, control the pawn breaks. Here, with the knight going back to f6, you don't have to worry about f5 for the time being. The only one you have to keep an eye on is b5 and some kind of radical sacrifice, like knight takes d5 or knight takes e4 or some kind of capture just to kind of scramble the position. If white consolidates, then white has this amazing pawn structure. And all white needs to do is then start targeting d6, start pushing back the pieces, like the queen on h4 offside, and even this bishop on d4. It's a touch sensitive because really it should be there on g7 looking after its king and also menacing things. On d4, a little bit vulnerable. So here I would say that Donchenko is really on the cusp of problems, big problems. He's going to have to play very accurately and maybe even rely on Yakubov to actually make some missteps in order to maintain that dynamic equality.
I fully agree with you, and we will yet to see if he'll manage to find a way out of it. He's now spending some more time. It's a difficult decision for the German Grandmaster, and he's going to be on the defensive in this game where Yakubov is pressing with the white pieces. Very unusual position, very sharp and very funky with this king maneuver going from e1 marching all the way to c2. But I am so excited about it. I'm so excited about all the games that are here in the quarterfinals, Joey. We're gonna go for a short break, but when we are back, we are going to analyze the remaining 3 games and who will have the better chance to qualify and earn the 3 qualification spots to the Candidates 2026. We'll be right back.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel.
If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Watch out! What you're about to witness is not just a chess game, it's an absolute massacre. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if you don't like this attacking style, you clearly have no blood in your veins. Bashir and Nepo decide to throw hands in a theoretical slugfest in the Petrov defense at the Champions Chess Tour. After bishop to g4, the Frenchman plays bishop to d3. Unexpected, since the usual route is a3 followed by g4. After poking around on b7, White finally says, "Alright, time to party," and launches an attack on the king side. After d5, things get spicy. Black goes for the weak c3 pawn, and after king to g2, he commits his first mistake with rook a to d8. What he should have played was knight to c4, because rook takes d5 is never possible due to queen to c6, and suddenly White's rook sweats. Meanwhile, Bashir started to have fun on the queen side, getting ready to double the rooks on the a file. That a7 pawn is having a meltdown. Then comes knight to c4, and a rook swap happens, and suddenly we arrive at one of the most beautiful chess moments of recent years. Most of us would casually move the e6 rook here, but Bashir, possessed by the spirit of Mikhail Tal, popped up on Espresso and probably listening to heavy metal music, says nope, and plays knight to g5. What? Madness! Hold my beer! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! If pawn takes e6, then queen takes g6 comes with mate. And if bishop e7, then knight takes f7 absolutely wrecks black. Nepo, probably regretting his life choices, plays rook to d6. And here comes another moment of pure chess poetry. Boom! Queen to g3. The queen is on the way to h4, ready to crush the party on h7. In a last desperate attempt, Nepo tries to sack his queen with queen to d8 in case of queen h4. But Bashir just says, "Nice try, buddy," and plays rook to e8, which is just chef's kiss. If queen takes g5, then queen takes d6 finishes the game. Nepo played queen to e8, and Bashir follows up with queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. At this point, the bully doesn't even bother taking on e4. One final move, king to g3, and black throws in the towel.
We are back with game one of the quarterfinals, and the tension in these matches are palpable. We already had one result, was a very finely played draw between Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi, but the players, they are probing and they're probing again. So let's take a look at our four-board view and have a look at the games in progress, because we saw that Donchenko, well, he's on shaky footing with the black pieces against Norbert Yakuboev. But also, let's perhaps go to the game between Sam Shankland against Andrei Esipenko. I say this because, well, during the break, the move G7, G5 appeared on our screens, and I want to break this down. Esipenko going on the front foot, just saying, hey, two people are playing this game. I want the knight to move. And the big question is, where is that knight going to go to? So the natural spot is right to go to D3. But you go to D3 and you're going to have to start calculating first, is bishop takes knight something that black wants to do? Or what about the impact of a black knight landing on E4?
I'm sorry, I managed to mute myself as usual. I'm a boomer here. Apologies, everyone. I sometimes am very much on top of tech stuff, very much on top of it. In quotation marks, G5, Jovi, I wanted to say, but my voice got drowned out by my own tech equipment. G5 is not a move that you see often, and it's very committal. So you need to be very sure of yourself when you make a move like this. And you're so right. It chases a knight away, and it's very concrete with the knight coming into to E4 as well. And I love the fact that it also gives space to the king, because we were talking about this Kasparov structure and how black will be playing on the king side, but it's already happening. Like it's coming so fast. I thought we were going to see like a long positional maneuvering approach, but black says no. The time is now, and there's no time like the present, G5.
Yeah. And you reminded me of an AlphaZero idea, Anna, which is, when you step forward with a king to G7, because I remember AlphaZero, okay, it cannot happen right now, but I just want to show it, what it was doing. It was going H5, king G7, and the king would land on H6. And the argument was that the king is perfectly safe. The rook will go over to G8. And it was really handling the Carlsbad structure, the minority attack, in a very unique way. It was also kind of reacting with ideas after B4. It would go A6. So maybe we can just... Yeah. Maybe we can just actually put up on our screens this whole H5
Sure.
and King H6.
I'm going to make some random moves. Ignore that this is not exactly how it would play out.
I know.
But
Yeah.
we're just going to place it on the board.
Yes.
Making random
And
moves
then
for whites.
it would react. It would react with a B4 with A6 when white ever went B4 A6, and it was really interesting because after B5, after white got on B5, AlphaZero was doing again like turning knowledge on its head. It was going C takes B5. So when white got in B5, so again, you have to. Yes, I know it's giving away a pawn, but we can just to illustrate the point that it was doing. C takes B5, A takes B5, and then it was arguing after A takes B5, A5. And it would go with this runaway pawn. It would sit with the king on H6. And it's covered very nicely in some lectures by the British Grandmaster Matthew Sadler. And, how AlphaZero was just turning knowledge on its head. And the argument was that, okay, black is ready with expanding a lot of space on the king side. And also the A pawn, it was just there as a decoy.
Very interesting strategies, and how AlphaZero kind of changed the turn of history in a way, in so many senses, including in a structure that has been around since the 20th century. Jovi and I were discussing that the Carlsbad became popular at a tournament in Carlsbad in the 1920s. So not yesterday and not 5 years ago, but in the 1920s. And then AlphaZero comes a couple of years ago and says, hey, I think you could play it in a little bit different way. Why not have my king here and then this A pass pawn idea? it might not exactly be what will happen in this game, but it certainly makes a lot of sense to place the king on g7 regardless. The rook might come to h8, and then you can start pushing the pawn, because then the pawn on h5 will not be hanging. And it's the king side where black wants to play. The knight can jump to e4. The rook comes here. You start pushing the pawns. And it is black who starts having the initiative, and white's supposed counter chances and counter attack on the queen side is extremely slow. White hasn't pushed a pawn yet, and it's feeling like Sam has maybe spent a little too long maneuvering his pieces, going with the queen out and then back. And perhaps that was this chance that Esipenko sensed, that now he can take the initiative.
But you know, Anna, we might very well see this kind of Alpha Zero plan in some kind of different reincarnation. I'm just thinking g4 is something that black could do. That's going to be backed up by h5, and that is already going to start causing white some issues. You're thinking, hang on a second, what's happening here? I think it's actually a really good idea to leave that knight posted on d6, just because it covers b7 and also covers b5, and you can be very flexible there. But this g4 h5, and I reckon we may very well see something where the king finds itself there on h7, h6. It gets out of the way and just allows the rook to start connecting with the g-pawn and some potential openings of the lines. This is going to be really intriguing. But to be fair, to go for that kind of approach with g4 and h5, and it requires guts, and also it requires long-term vision, because that's something computers can do very effectively, whereas humans can't. Because you go g4, you allow white the control of f4, and that's something that I don't think too many humans will be too comfortable with.
Very true. No, that this move, as aggressive and as promising it looks, it also has a drawback by giving up the f4 square. I guess good news for black is that this knight has just left d3, so Sam Shankland decided to continue with knight to c5. He also could have gone toward e5 or start pushing on the queen side. Knight to c5. After knight to c5, maybe g4 is even more appealing, because yes, you are right, that knight is not going to f4, and if you want to come back to take advantage of it, I feel like that's way too many moves. You cannot allow to give away so much time when it comes to time on the board, the tempi that you spend on moving your pieces back and forth. Mm-hmm. Black has been making progress, while white has spent a bit too long on moves like queen went out, queen came back, knight went away, knight comes back, the knight is heading here, but it's just very slow. And if we want to demonstrate a little bit these ideas, I don't think black would even be that worried about the knight here, because you have so many of your pieces here as black, and this is where the action is happening, while white doesn't really have any active plan. It's more about being defensive and trying to make sure there's no storm hitting your king.
Yes, I looks terrifying. I'm going to be honest with you. For black, I mean, not for black, for white, it just looks terrifying. And I just realized something, Anna. If you wanted to, you could do h5, and that has appeared, because we were looking at this position and going, yeah, don't go h5 because queen takes h5. But actual fact, you can lock the queen out after queen takes h5 with g4.
Wow, fancy. Trapping the queen on h5 and threatening rook h8 now, which would win the white queen. What can even white do about this? How do you get the queen out of h5? Yeah. Gotta play h4 to have this square for the queen, but if you need to play h4, it feels like something is going wrong already, isn't it? Even if white is up a pawn for the moment, I don't know, you might get checkmated on the h file, or I pick up this pawn after.
Checkmate on the h file looks absolutely terrifying, right? I mean, how do you get out of that one? Not easy, my friend. Not easy.
This is looking so scary, very scary. Usually it would be Sam who comes to the, well, usually he has had a tremendous tournament, and up to now in the World Cup, he was the one who has been really well prepared, surprising his opponents, taking down one gigantic opponent after the other. His lowest rated, weakest opponent was Vasily Ivanchuk. That's how strong of a tournament Sam Shankland has had so far. But today, I think this is the first time when he gets surprised to some extent with the white pieces, and he needs to be on the defensive, even though he would be the one who wants to push from white's perspective. But he's gonna have to be very careful and very accurate to not go down in this game. H5 is on the board.
Yes, and it's the kind of move that really does scare the living daylights out of you. Not because of the move per se, is that somehow the emotions of humans just really makes us very afraid of ghosts, because you kind of called it, we're not just seeing h5, we're also visualizing the rook coming to h8 at one point, g4, h4, g3 for fine measure, and suddenly how on earth our head just goes there. How are we going to defend against a kingside attack? And our brains go into panic mode. So Sam now has to be a very cool customer here to react to that. And the big question is how to do that. So traditionally we're taught if someone strikes on the wings, we got to strike in the center. So is the move something like f3 and then go bishop to d3 and then try to get an e4? Or is that just a panicky reaction?
We could see if any of that approach would be in time for white to do. If black continues with the moves that we were saying, I don't know if rook h8 is the best. It's just for the sake of presentation of these ideas. Maybe the other rook would come to the e5, to be fair, to keep an eye on e4 and also attack e3. So it might just get really difficult to push through.
Yeah.
Queen takes or knight takes, because knight takes does put pressure on the pawn, but that would allow e4. But that gives up the d4 pawn. It might be something that's not that easy to carry out for white to push e4, whether because there's a lot of pieces of black controlling the e4 square, or also the d4 pawn. It's really hard to carry out fully that plan of the breakthrough.
Yeah, it is really hard. And actually, a move like f3 will actually give black an additional target. The pawn on h5 no longer weak, and suddenly black will just perhaps switch to piling on the pressure against the weakness of e3. So that means if you can't react in the center, I mean, what is white's best? I mean, is it to, again, try to sound the alarm and go bishop to d3? Or is it just to ignore things and go b4, a4, b5? It takes a very chill person to just go, yeah, it's fine, no problems.
Yeah, that looks scary. It feels like white's play on the queen side is really slow. It's so much behind of what is happening on the king side, and black can always make a prophylactic move like a6, as we learned from AlphaZero as well, and in the Carlsbad in general, you often see the pawn structure being like this. So you're making sure that b5 is actually very difficult to play, very difficult to carry out. You slow your opponent's play even more, and then you continue with your own play, rook h8, pushing h4, pushing g3, opening up the king side and attacking this king. If the h file opens up, that's going to be terrible news for the white king.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's not my instinct actually to kind of continue as if nothing happened. So that's why I'm looking at bishop to d3, f3, something. The human mind wants to do something, Anna, and I'm itching to resolve the tension, because like you mentioned, you can see h5 is just a signal of what is to come.
I fully agree with you that it feels like it's time for Sam to try to find a way out of this before it gets too late to get out of it. And one way to try to make the position less risky and less dangerous for the white king is to offer trading pieces. Interesting how that bishop, of course, had its own path, went out to d3, then went back to f1. So it's again spending a bit too long on these bishop moves back and forth, but it might just really be a necessity to prepare for this attack by offering trades, and then maybe you also are like, okay, if I get the queens off of the board, then my king will be safer. Problem with this approach can be that none of this is forced. You might get the bishop offs of the board, but you are not obliging black to trade queens as well. And if this queen stays here, supporting these pawns, rook still coming to a8, the knight can come through the king side too. But as Jovi said, it's very smartly placed on d6 and stays on d6 for now because it's flexible. It's helping with the queen side to keep it very solid and not allow white's counter chances. And you can jump in to any of these squares down the line when it's the right moment. I would be still so scared here as white if there's no way of getting rid of the queens.
Yeah, I agree. I am absolutely terrified of this position for white, and I think that Sam is now going to use up a whole lot of energy and thinking time to try to find the right way to navigate this. I mean, he'll be using all the defensive ideas, like trying to swap off queens, trying to think about hitting back in the center, swapping off bishops perhaps, but this is not going to be an easy task. And Sam now, even though he has the white pieces, is very much on the back foot after that move. h5, just brilliant chess there from Esipenko. Shall we leave Sam to his thoughts and check in on the other two games? Because
absolutely,
I do feel like we should check in on Sindarov and Jose Martinez to see whether things have progressed there. Even though it's a queenless middle game, they're on move 16. Hang on, just make sure that there's been no repetition. No, we're not coming back to anything like that. And I guess we just have to ask ourselves, black's pieces are virtually all on the back rank, and it does feel, even though the evaluation bar is kind of like pretty much in the middle, that things are uncomfortable for black for now.
It is uncomfortable for sure, and king f8 was an important move. White's last move was to develop the bishop to g5, and if you simply trade and say, yeah, I have less space, trades favor me, in general, yes, but this knight would be happy to capture on g5 and then maneuver toward e4. If you chase it away, then the d6 square is also a very juicy spot for the knights of white. And it's so hard to develop black's pieces when the space is so limited and the pieces are stepping on each other's toes. So even if the bar is showing just a slight advantage for white, from the human perspective, these positions are really tough to play. And if you are not very accurate and very precise, your position could collapse easily within just a few moves, because it's so much harder for black to find the right way to keep playing at the top moves of the computer. As for Jose, he is really good at finding some of those top moves, and king f8 was one of those. You don't allow that knight maneuver. In fact, you want your opponent to take, because at least that would bring your king toward the center. It's an endgame. The king needs to be an active part of your crew, and it's helping guard some of those crucial squares. Maybe down the line at some point, if you could get rid of this pawn, that would be great. And just try to develop the pieces as soon as possible. Bishop to b7 or bishop to d7, depending on how white plays, and bring the rook to the c file when you can. I don't think we will see a trade. I don't think white wants to be that helpful and bring the king closer to the middle of the board. Maybe rook d1 is one move to consider. There's certain knight jumps in the position, or according to the computer, even the bishop retreat and say, okay, we didn't trade bishops, but my bishop is fine on e3. I feel like it will stay on g5 for now, because neither player wants to take. And black is not going to take either, because then the h7 pawn is vulnerable and the knight maneuver is really tempting for white anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think it's Sindarov's style to go bishop to e3. I reckon that he's a person that embraces the tension, so I suspect that he might just go rook to d1. But for myself, I think I would play bishop e3, and I would just simply argue that this bishop on e7 it's in the way of the king getting there, and black still needs to do a whole lot of unraveling to get
Yeah.
out of this one. Because, bishop e3, you've got the rook coming to d1, the knight is also jumping to b5 at the right time. It's, black is still very much on the defensive. And it's not going to be, it's not really not going to be easy to unravel, because what the black forces want to be doing is they want to be ready to meet a rook to d1 with a rook to d8. But that's not going to happen anytime soon, because the rook in d1 is going to be so quick to post up to d7 if allowed. And then there's the issue of the d6 square, which is a touch sensitive. And the knight on f3, it's also eyeballing c6, and the bishop can come to f3. The more I look at it, the more I see that, okay, it's solid for black. They don't have any structural weaknesses, but it's very uncomfortable.
I fully agree with you. And Jose, Jospam with the black pieces will need to be extremely precise. If we just make a few moves for white to show some of those ideas on how precise you need to be, I'm not going to be playing it super precisely, I think, but I just want to present some of those ideas that a move like knight to c6, which looks like a natural square for the knight, a natural developing move, a lot of times it will run into something problematic with what Jovi already highlighted, how if you have a rook on the open d file as white, and then this bishop is stuck to the defense of that square, then now what do you do with this knight? If you guard it, you are giving up the 7th rank, and that's when concrete lines will kick in. And in fact, in just the spam of 2 to 3 moves, white's position could be completely winning. And all we did was to try to develop black's pieces with natural looking moves. So this is how dangerous the position is when it comes to how accuracy and precision is key here for the defense of black. You cannot just play any developing move. You cannot just go like, oh, this looks natural and logical, because there are going to be issues. There are going to be concrete issues. And how do you develop this bishop without giving up the d7 square? Even if you don't go to c6 with the knight, it's just maybe the key is you leave it on the back rank for now, because at least you could then at some point chase this away. But even I don't know, I'm questioning myself, because everything looks so like this is hanging now. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to show it in a way that it's not hanging, but yeah, maybe something like this, if you are able to always make sure that you are either not allowing the entry, or that you are ready to meet the entry of the rook by immediately kicking it out of there, because you cannot let that rook sit on the 7th rank. That would be a disaster. And this d8 knight, as passive as it is, at least it's guarding the f7 pawn.
Yeah, no, I agree. Black has to wriggle and contort themselves in very weird ways. So rook to d1, by the way, was actually played. And the question for Jose is like, I liked your bishop to b7. I do feel that you can't really touch the knights. Also, by the way, there's a threat of, or is there no threat of rook takes knight? So I think bishop to b7 is more or less forced.
Yeah. You either need to move the knight or you need to move the bishop. You're so right, because rook takes d8. Otherwise, giving up the rook for these 2 minor pieces would be a decisive advantage for white. This is something that Jose needs to avoid, either by moving the knight or the bishop. But I fully agree with you that moving the knight, unfortunately, there's no good square for the knight. Knight c6, we've showed, is not a good move. Knight to b7 looks even worse. So I think we're going to see bishop to b7, and I think Jose will calculate it precisely, that all of these lines, after you take on g5, at least you are in time to kick this rook back. This is not a problem, because if white takes, you are attacking both the rook and the knight at the same time.
But yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think it's very, very scary. Because there's, again, so many issues you need to calculate. So yeah, you have to factor in, for instance, bishop to f3, Could that be something that white wants to be
Ooh.
doing? And this funny, it's a funny kind of move, but okay, bishop takes rook should save the day. So this is black breathing a sigh of relief, and the king is going to be safe and sound there on e7. So just, I agree. It's definitely there, but also just to kind of like refine this bishop to f3 idea. So for instance, is it possible instead of to dive in with the rook to d7? Yeah, knights on the back rank is so weird there from
Oh,
Vignesh.
we
No, I
have
can
a different idea
h6.
by Jose. He's forcing a little bit of a decision now on the king's side, and asking the question to Sindara whether he wants to trade the bishops or retreat. Honestly, it's also a good approach, because at least that will prevent that lingering problem, that tension between the bishops, and that there's always something constantly hanging if you take the bishop on g5. So it's understandable. And if the bishop retreats, then you will be facing the same question. Are you cool to develop the bishop? Is it okay to allow rook d7? Are you going to develop the knight and then still keep an eye on the d7 square? What is the most precise?
Yes, I feel like bishop to b7 is a step in the right direction, but I don't yet have an answer to the very natural knight to d4. And then this is the kind of argument that this bishop on e7 just hampers the king coming into e7, and the knights are primed to jump into b5. Not only that, if you do come with the knight to c6, you have to calculate bishop to f3. Bishop to f3, by the way, is a sometimes very nice idea to bulldoze your way towards the d7 square if necessary. And this is uncomfortable. This is super unpleasant. Oops.
You're right.
Sorry about that. I just had something in my hand because I
Me
like to
too.
fidget.
I always play with something. How can you focus without fidgeting? It's not possible.
And I was dropped it under my computer. So no, I have a big problem with fidgeting, and so I have something in my hand just to kind of bring me back to the point. And whoops, that's gone. Okay, well, anyway, yeah, no, this is not easy. Not the kind of position one wants. Knight to b5 is in the air. There's an unpleasant pin, and okay, maybe we can kind of try to rewind and try to be a little bit more precise. So, yeah.
It's unpleasant. All of those positions, it's not an immediate disaster for black, what we are showing, but it's just to show how these can be tense and unpleasant, and you need to find the exact precise way to develop your pieces, because it's not that simple for black. So, by the way, after h6, bishop to e3 is one of the options for Sindarov. Do you think he's considering anything else? Would bishop f4 make sense as well? Is he considering trading? Is bishop c1 going elsewhere make sense? Or do you think he's mostly focusing on bishop to e3?
Well, the reason why I was subconsciously going to e3 is mainly because of this knight to b5 idea, where you're asking questions to the a7 pawn all the time. And if you can keep the rook stuck on a8, guarding a7, then you just argue based on maths, and knight's not worth as much as a rook, so therefore you're benefiting from that standoff. And the bishop on a3 also discourages ideas such as the breakout of a5, because of this attack on b6. So that's why I was looking at bishop to e3 rather than bishop to f4, which also has its advantages, right? Because, it supports a knight arriving onto d6 and just reinforces control on e5. And these are the thoughts that are running through Sindarov's head, because he spent some time. One thing I can assure you he's not thinking about is bishop takes bishop, because that would be way too accommodating.
Yeah, trading off the bishop. If your opponent has less space than you, a general advice is to not trade pieces unless there's something very concrete that you achieve with it. Do not just go for the trade for the sake of, oh, this is the most forcing move. It, in fact, is only helping black, as Joey highlighted, to bring the king closer. Less space for less pieces. At least it's easier to untangle what is left on the board. The bishop on e7 is quite a passive piece, so whether you go to f4 or e3, I do feel like e3 is very natural, and most likely it's what Sindaro will play. There is a slight difference between these bishops, and whenever you're offered this option of trading a piece, compare those pieces and see what will be left on the board, and see if by retreating it you would be the one that has the better piece. So it's not a massive difference, but I think it's easy to see how this bishop is more active than the other dark squared bishop. Plus, this bishop is in the way of the black king, so there's a lot of pros to keeping that bishop on the board and making sure that black is more stuck with his pieces. And that's exactly the tiny advantage that white has here, that white has more space and more active pieces and easier development. So keep that in your pocket. Don't help your opponent develop his pieces. I think we'll see bishop to e3, but since he's considering it, I think we have a chance to take a look at the other board as well and leave Sindaro with this decision whether to... Oh, no, he doesn't want us to leave his board. He wants us to continue analyzing bishop to e3.
But I think we've done bishop to e3 a lot of justice, bishop to b7, and here we were looking at knight to d4 as a possibility. I say let's head back to our other games, because it really is fire on the game. Nordebek Yakubov against Donchenko. Shall we just revisit that one? Because we were not very happy with the way that Donchenko placed the knight on f6. I don't think Donchenko was either, because that knight is now on d7 as the queen backpedaled furiously to f6. So this is the kind of position where white is just looking to solidify and black is looking to break out. And it's not anything concrete, or as in like a material advantage. It's nothing of that kind. But I really, really like Yakubov's position, and it is Donchenko to move. So he's got a decision to make. Does he trade the bishops, or does he castle, or does he just jump in with the knight to e5? I mean, how does he untangle the pieces on the queen side?
That is the main question in this position for sure. And those of you who are just joining us and maybe wondering what's this king doing on c2, well, the king used to be on e1, then it got a check with queen h4, and it started its march all the way to the queen side, and it's actually a pretty cool piece there. It's as if white castled queen side in a funky way where the rook is still on a1, but never mind, because it is safe on c2, and it's the black king that's almost more vulnerable if the position opens up at some point. So white would be able to attack this king if it stays in the middle of the board down the line. That's why we are at some point expecting black to castle kingside. But as Joey already highlighted, with the structure like this, white has so much space, such a good control of the center. The pawn on d5 cuts the board into half. It takes away so many squares that would be developing squares for black. It also blocks this pawn. So it's a really unpleasant position to have a structure like this, to face a structure like this if you cannot attack it. You would always need to have something as a counter attack, either trying to push b5, or earlier when the queen was still not on f6, we were looking at ideas of how to push the pawn to f5. One way or the other, you want to find some kind of a breakthrough, whether it's to break this pawn chain or whether to start launching your own attack on the queen side. But all of these ideas have been pretty hard to execute because white has such a good control of all of these squares. The b5 square is under the control of how many of white's pieces? 4. The f5 square is under the control of 2 of white's pawns. And there's not much coordination between black's pieces, and black is so behind on development, Jovi. Like, Everything is on the back rank. Yes, you could say the same about white, but white's moves are easy to develop. How do you develop with black when all of the pieces are stepping on each other's toes? Where do you go?
Yeah, this is why I was suggesting, is the time now to go knight to e5. After all, white doesn't really want to be capturing on d4 because first up, the pawn on f3 is under attack, and also you don't want to be improving the potential of black's pieces, because if white loses control of this position, as Anna's indicated, then black will be right back in it, even maybe winning. So white is looking for complete control. So knight e5, I think, is going to be met by knight to d2. And this is one of those positions where if black just simply makes those automatic moves, then white is the one that has a series of pushbacks. You can think about going h3, f4, slowly just driving the pieces back. You also have, if for instance black goes castle kingside, you can actually go h4 and then go for bishop h3 and then, try to get some play on the kingside way before black is able to even dream about going b7, b5. And if bishop takes knight ever happens, well, white has no shame in going b takes c3. You're not going to step up with your king into the eye line of the queen, but you just go b c3 and everything is rock solid. So yeah, I mean, the big question for black is how to disrupt this beautiful ecosystem that white is developing. I mean, could be you have to do some weird and wonderful things like h5, but that is really burning the bridges.
It certainly is burning the bridges, and if we were to show that move straight away to try to open up the H file, oftentimes white would just say no thanks, and just again the same problem about how do you place your pieces, how do you proceed. The queen will need to retreat somewhere, and with the pawn on g5 taking now away space on the king side, the pawn on d5, we already highlighted how it cuts the board into two, and these pawn pushes are still in the air. I don't know if immediately, but just to show how there could be a pawn breakthrough in the center at some point because of the king being in the middle of the board. These all look really scary. It's hanging now, the bishop on d4, and you don't want to take, but you might just retreat it and say, I don't mind if you take my bishop on g1, because your knight is stuck on g4. So there's so many problems that black can run into, even if you try to go for something forcing and try to push. Another problem I feel like is this queen now on f6 being in the way of the f pawn, because we didn't really like it on h4, but at least there were ideas of pushing f5 in the right moment. And now even that option is gone because we are blocking the push with the queen on f6. I feel like this is just really difficult to play. And it has been the story ever since the opening. If we go back just a couple of moves, like how we ended up here, it was this connect 4. And unless you react precisely to the connect 4 taking up so much space, it can be an issue. There were some awkward moves. Like first, the knight was blocking the bishop, and then it just steps onto c3 to block the other knight. So this wasn't the most natural and the common way of playing from white's perspective, but it was really effective because of the so much space and very strong pawn structure that white kept. And if you are not able to attack it immediately somehow, or go for something really concrete, maybe black with going for this knight h5 idea, do you think that's where it went wrong? Like as early as move 9?
Yes. Well, I think ultimately black got their openings confused. So here what you're trying to do is you're trying to just make use of the fact that you castle first. You get your king to safety. That's number one. And then the second idea is that, and we saw here that white had to be very precise. You had to go bishop to e3 in order to meet ideas of knight to h5 with g4. That was like mega important motif for white. And so what often happens is like, okay, castles, bishop to e3. And
I just
then
wanted to show that
knight to
maybe
yes.
this is what he confused it with, right? Because there are ideas with queen h4 in certain positions, but that wasn't the case in the game. He didn't castle, he didn't go for this line, and that's where Jovi's saying that this is the most precise.
And then here black has to just simply go knight to bd7. And after bishop e2, then knight to h5 is going to be the response. But you see that black is a whole lot more developed. And I think let's have a look at what happens after. Hang on, let me just get this game up and running just to see what the answer is after bishop e3 castles. What the most popular move is after knight h5, g4. Aha, and this is the point. You go bishop to d4, Anna. You use tactics to stay alive.
That's quite the point. So if the knight is taken, black captures the bishop on e3, and if the bishop takes the bishop, you take back with the pawn and both knights are hanging. I think it's understandable that this is not something that players can just come up with easily over the board, but I feel like Donchenko may have studied these and then got confused with the move order, because I wouldn't think that he was completely caught off guard. Maybe for today's game, yes, but he must be familiar with these ideas, don't you think, Jovi, that he just got confused with perhaps the move order on when to play knight h5?
Yeah, and I also think that he was banking on a Grundfall type situation, which he knows very, very well. And with f3 right out of the opening, you prevent the Grundfalls. And, you know, also remember, this is the World Cup. I mean, I spoke about it a lot. It's a very draining event. You know, yesterday, Donchenko, you know, went through the mill when it came to his tiebreak against Lemle. You know, it was very emotional. It's a very draining event, and strange things happen. You know, I played in 2 World Cups. I didn't play anywhere near as long as 15 days. You know, instead, 4 days. And I can tell you, I was not sleeping very well. I was having I was feeling the pressure and the tension, and weird things happen like that. Your opening theory goes out of the window, and it's only when you make the moves afterwards you're thinking, hang on a second, this is not what I prepared. And I also remember that I completely lost my mind when I was on the verge of at least qualifying for the Women's World Cup knockout, or maybe even getting in with a chance of the medal, the European Women's Individual. And the last game, I was so nervous that I did stupid things. All my theory, all my knowledge on the Caro-Kann just went out of the window, and I ended up playing like a baby. And I was so upset with myself afterwards. Like, come on, what is this? And we mustn't forget the pressure on these players. You know, they are now tantalizingly close to those golden semifinals where the top 3 finishers of this event will get that ticket to the candidates. So once you're in the semifinals, is like you said, 75% chance of getting one of those spots. And this is now beginning to dawn on the players. There's also big money at stake. And I just think that it was a moment of madness where Donchenko was just caught off guard. Just one of those bad days, I'm sure he knows the theory, he knows the tricks. He's a fantastic player. But strange things happen.
You're so right. And by highlighting all those details, all the factors of the pressure, the tension, the 15 days of grueling back and forth battles, and the candidates being so close, I think that's the sum of what he might be experiencing today, and why he went wrong and chose to play knight to h5 in the wrong moment instead of castling and developing his pieces. But kudos to Yakuboyev for going for this move order, as you highlighted how he was able to catch Donchenko in a situation that he's not that comfortable or not that familiar with. It was a very good choice, a very good and very pragmatic choice for today's game to play with this f3 setup and not allow the Grundfall defense.
Yep. And okay, well, risks pay off. But still, it's not over for Donchenko. Yakuboyev still has to be very precise. His position requires a lot of energy to keep that control. And Donchenko is is the one who's struggling, who has to find the right plan to go forward to crack open the position. We'll see whether Jakubov can maintain that control. Can we go back to our 2 other games? Because just to kind of catch up in the situation, what's happening. Okay, as expected, we're seeing on the top left, knight to d4 did make an appearance, and Sindarov is applying the pressure against Martinez. There's 2 knights there on the edge of the board, and also it's looking very tense in the match between Sam Shankland and Andrei Esipenko. Sam just saying that he doesn't quite 100% believe in Esipenko's attack on the king side, but absolutely it is going to be very tense this game. I feel like we're going to be seeing a situation where we could very well see 3 decisive games. But okay, well, the players might be locked in, but I do have some news for you. It's now getting ever closer to the Christmas, and that means only one thing. It is Chess Up's annual holiday sale, and it starts now. And you can save even more with promo code CHESS. That's CHESS. Now through December the 1st, you can save $100 on your Chess Up 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch sense pieces, Chess Up 2 supports players of all levels. So use !ChessUp in chat to unlock $100 off until December the 1st. So you've got to be quick. The lowest price of their holiday sales season. And on that note, well, we've seen a few explosive moves and we are going to take a short break. But coming up next, we've got more action. So stay close.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Mom.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
I'll go for a safe bet, like a favorite chess piece. I think that's pretty easy.
Sounds good.
I think I already got it wrong. Let me take a look.
And 1 second, how does this guy look like?
No, this is difficult. Okay, this I can try.
Okay.
I'm gonna be artistic on this one. I think I'm gonna skip this.
Yeah, do one more. We have time. You can do one more.
This does not look like what it's supposed to look like.
The start was really good. I was thinking this is the best by far today, but then you kind of derailed at some point.
That was really, really bad.
Okay, there you go. Amazing.
It's a rook here.
That's a rook.
Yeah, brilliant information. Yeah, I thought you will think it's a knight or something, but...
Oh my god, drawing is hard.
Are you drawing the map now or the chess piece?
The knight.
Ah, the knight. Okay, perfect.
That's the worst knight. And I say this is knight. You have to believe me.
Okay, this looks good. Should have been a door somewhere. Should have been a door, but now no door from this. Or maybe we can make a door here, yeah? So all of a sudden. Impressive. Not really. And probably I should add some cat. But I'm not so sure my cat will be too nice, so. Let's just leave here.
I think we should keep this.
Yeah, we can keep it in the...
Like, out of the frame. It's so bad.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
And we are back from the quarterfinals with the quarterfinals at the FIDE World Cup, and we've got to start picking things up from where we left off. 3 games in progress, and it is tension all around. There might not be too many observers, but you can see from the fact that the players are walking up and down, there's a lot of nervous energy in the playing hall. For Alexander Donchenko, he's very much in trouble against his opponent, Nordebek Yakuboev, and it is looking like it is bad news as Donchenko seems to be moving his queen a lot, and that is quite frankly breaking a lot of the rules of chess, because you were taught you need to develop your pieces, you need to not move too many pieces at the same time. But going to some of the other games, then I would kind of like to revisit the game between Sam Shankland and Andrei Esipenko, because we left it on quite the cliffhanger. Black had just played h5 and Sam was fully locked in, trying to diffuse the potential danger of the black position. And we arrive to Sam having extended on the queen side. But there's a big threat on the board, as Anna's pointing out. Queen takes f2. You got to do something about that. And at the same time, leave yourself time to pick off the b4 pawn.
Yeah, it is a temporary pawn sacrifice that Sam went for. And I think it was the right call, because we already saw these pawns marching against the white king on the king side. It was looking really scary. And I think Sam Shankland found the right way to deal with it by giving up a pawn temporarily on the queen side. And if he takes the knight, which is the most precise and the most forcing line to deal with this threat over f2, you trade your bishop for the knight, and that gives you the tempo you need to capture the b4 pawn, which would be then material equality in a heavy piece endgame. I think white should be fine with this pressure on b6. There's c5, which will defend the pawn and capitalize on the fact that there's a pin over the d file. So he still needs to be precise to make sure he's not going to lose yet another pawn. In fact, how do you not? You keep your rook on the 4th rank potentially. I'm going to catch up with the players and see if this is where we are heading after the trade is on the board. Never mind. Sam is taking his time whether to take. Is there any other move he might be considering?
I guess the alternative is to go queen to c2 and clarify things in that direction. You know, you're eyeballing c6, e4, still b4 is on prise. But Anna, before we do a fully deep dive in this position, because the game was so interesting when we last left it, can we just do a little action replay and see exactly how Sam managed to just tame things on the king side?
Yeah, we left it at h5 and it was looking really scary because these pawns are marching, rook coming to h8. We were saying how the king side will open up in no time if white doesn't do something, because white's play on the queen side is much slower in this moment than what we see unfolding on the king side. So Sam had to come up with a really concrete and really fast way of dealing with it. He blocked with h3 to slow down black's play on the king side, and then once black also blocked a5 is an intent to stop white from pushing b4, but Sam went for b4 regardless, sacrificing the pawn, and wants to take now the pawn back with rook takes b4. There isn't really a way for black to guard that pawn, but I think Esipenko just wanted to use that time to chase this knight away and then jump to e4 with his knight. He chooses to trade his bishop for this knight because the knight honestly would be a really strong piece on e5. So a very understandable piece trade, and then jumping to e4. White then takes the knight, and this is how we ended up in this heavy piece endgame where c5 has just been pushed. Pin over the d file, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn on d4. It is Sam Shankland who needs to be still really precise because there are these targets in his position. How do you hold on to everything? Is it enough to just keep the rook here, keep everything guarded on the 4th rank? Seems to be enough. What do you think, Jovi?
I think both sides actually have to tread very carefully, Anna, because yes, you know, we were admiring the pawns on g5 and h4, but when it comes to a heavy piece in game such as this, king safety is absolutely everything. So Sam is going to be looking, you know, say for instance, if all sets of rooks are left on the board and the c line gets opened, well, suddenly, you know, the rook c6, the queen will come up to h5, and g5 starts looking a touch sensitive. So there has to be some caution there from Esipenko. Also, as you mentioned, Sam also has to be very, very careful, because if black is able just to collect the material, so for instance, start looking at the a4 pawn, and also has some counter threats of their own against f2, then Sam is the one who's going to be looking at not only a material deficit, but also an unsafe king. So this is the kind of game where, although it is level, I think both sides have to be very precise. So first up, I mean, what's going to happen after? I mean, what is black's move? Is it to go c takes d4 and try to just liquidate?
Yeah, could be the case, and then white will have the choice between taking on d4 with the rook or with the pawn. Pawn takes would create an isolated pawn, but it's also a pass pawn, so there's pros and cons to this capture. Or he could choose to take with the rook and go for a rook trade on the d file after rook takes. You can opt for trading queens, but that's not ideal because it would leave the pawn unprotected. So that would be a rook endgame with the pawn down. This is certainly something that white wants to avoid. You would now take with the pawn and say, okay, my queen is guarding this pawn and also this pawn. So far, so good. I have a passed pawn. He is going for rook to b5. So not placing the rook on the c4 square, but a more active approach. He's saying that if this pawn is taken, he will have the 5th rank for his rook, and he might want to counter-attack by playing queen to h5. And look at this black king. That's not going to start feeling safe.
Right. And this is the whole issue that I was talking about, queen h5, and suddenly, I mean, how does even one defend this? So, for instance, if you were to go full on greedy with I mean, this also requires a whole lot of calculation, because if you go d3 or d takes e3, I think is okay. D3 is already losing. Then it's just to do with rook takes g5, and then I guess you start coming in with your rook to. I was thinking f5 and then rook to c7.
So many tempting moves here. Rook to f5. The pawn can be taken too, but I don't think this pawn is the biggest issue of black. It's also more like the coordination here with the heavy pieces, threatening rook g8, threatening rook c7, and then rook g8, cutting the king, and then checkmate on g8. That black king is not going to find any shelter against the 3 heavy pieces of white. So you certainly cannot go for d3 after queen h5. The curtains are closing if white is able to capture this pawn. The only way to prevent it is this really pretty defensive rook move, rook to a5, guarding the pawn through this x-ray on the b5 rook. Oh boy. I mean, what happens if this is taken and then a second rook appears on the 5th rank? This is still the same question. Less pieces though, at least 1 rook less.
Yes, and at least maybe then you can get some counterplay with d3 or d takes e3. Okay, now you can sit, and d2 is incoming, and in the lines with all the rooks on the board, white was posting up a rook to c7, and the black king was just caught in the hairs. Whereas here, it's something completely different. But even then, this is treacherous. I don't think Esipenko will want to go into such complications if he can avoid it. What happens if you kind of flip the move order, and instead of going c takes d4, you go rook a5?
I like that. I think that's a more pragmatic decision. I like that, but the computer doesn't like it. What are we blundering? Oh, we are blundering the pawn, and then the rook comes to the 5th rank anyway. Okay, this would be ideal if it was possible to trade the rooks, but apparently it's not. Goodness me, that is quite problematic for Esipenko, that there is no easy way out. You cannot just ease that tension on the 5th rank.
No, and okay, another move that I was considering is rook to d5. Rook to d5, but I feel that Sam is going to pounce with queen to b3.
Yeah, a lot of things will be in the air after queen to b3. Another option is queen to c2, and there's a pin on the 5th rank. These are looking not very appealing for black. It's quite a tense position, and something that looked not too dangerous for black could suddenly end up losing if Esipenko doesn't find the precise way to play here.
And what is the most precise move? Because I guess c takes d4 followed by rook a5. You have to spot that one in advance. That's findable. That is very findable, but
yeah, and then push the pawn to have this as counterplay, and I think this could end up being the case where, because of this pass pawn. Oh, I think it's happening. We're gonna see this. We might see this. I just wanted to add to it that because the pass pawn is so strong, you could end up in a situation where black is able to give up the queen for the rook, so that there is no longer enough attack against the black king, and then push the pawn, and then white would be forced to give a perpetual check, because otherwise there's a new queen on the board next move. This could be it. This could be heading toward a draw if the players are ending up with this 5th rank attack where the pass pawn will compensate for the sacrifice of the queen.
Nice, that is. But I gotta say, and he has to find the first ingredient in this recipe, and that is after c takes d4, queen h5 is what we're expecting from Sam. It is also possible to go queen to g4. Is there a I don't think it makes too much of a difference. But rook to a5 is the magic ingredient. You know, you have to swap off a set of rooks and then hold. I mean, but it makes no sense, Anna, to go queen to g4. Why go like this?
I guess in this case, you are also targeting e4, but the g5 pawn is the main target and the king is the main target because otherwise this pass pawn is way too strong. There's so many things the players need to consider. I've just realized there's also other patterns with the rook coming here. There's also this move that both players will need to analyze, this rook sacrifice, because if the queen takes that rook, it is now leaving the black king alone, and there's this check that will pick up this rook. According to the computer, this is still 0-0-0, but oh boy, if you're the player with any of the colors in this position, you have to calculate it super precisely to make sure you're not on the losing end of this tactical pattern. Like after the king goes somewhere, you cannot go to the back rank, because if you allow the capture of this rook with a check, everything will fall. And you're going to end up in a queen endgame or a king and pawn endgame where you are down too many pawns. So this would be how to lose in a few moves. This is a king and pawn endgame that's losing. Therefore, after that check, you have to go to h7, and after queen takes h4, because you're still not picking up the rook, there might be a repetition of moves. No, actually, I find ways to lose it from black's perspective. I think it's easier to go wrong as black. White always has in the pocket the perpetual check. You can keep giving checks if you need to. But for black, Esipenko will have to precisely calculate this and play always the most accurate defensive move, because otherwise he can end up either in checkmate patterns or an endgame like this, where yes, you're able to trade off the pieces, but what's left on the board is white picking up way too many pawns.
Yeah, and that was some seriously beautiful analysis there. Rook c6 in the air. That's going to be like a thunderbolt. You know, I was been looking at Sam and observing where his eyes are going, and I think he's going to take that pawn on d4. I think he's going to be less direct.
Oh,
yeah, it's just because he, if you observe him, if you can kind of zoom in and see. It just okay. He is definitely thinking about queen to h5, but look, the eyes are kind of going in the center. E takes d4, very much a possibility. It's more or less got the same idea, except he wants to clarify. Oh, and I say that, and sure, it appears on the board. E takes d4, but it's the same idea in motion, right? But there's going to be no counterplay with this d3 idea, this rook a5 d3 idea that black is so heavily dependent on. And queen h5, threat reinstated.
Yeah, and that means that now black has to prophylactically think about this situation being, okay, queen h5 is a big trouble for me if that g5 pawn is targeted, so you need to offer a rook trade with rook to a5, as that's one of the main options for black here. Queen to f4, according to the computer, is also fine, I guess, to try to... Oh no, but that looks so ugly if you're trying to... Sorry, I'm blundering my rook. Okay, now I understand it. I was like, do you want to play f6 for real? That looks horrible. Okay, he's playing queen to f4, not for this really ugly move that you never really want to play, but to put pressure on the rook, and that way you are preventing queen h5. I'm sorry, I completely missed this idea, which is a lot better than ugly pawn pushes. Don't weaken the 7th rank when your king is already weak as it is. Queen f4, active queen, tying down the white queen to the defense of the rook, and threatening rook takes d4 if the king is not on g7. So in a future position, if this king, I don't know, how do you step away? Maybe in that case,
This
it would be
is
healthy
really
to have the
messy.
pawn here. It's super messy. I'm trying to craft a position where we could take this pawn, but it takes a bit of magic to do that.
Yeah, no, but there's very real threats in the position, such as e3. That's something that might be appearing. Also,
E3 is, and rook takes a4 is, because that's not a check. So black could take the pawn on a4 because the queen is guarding the c1 rook. It is overloaded, the white queen now.
yeah, absolutely. And for Sam, he has to be ever so careful. A super safe move would be rook to c3. That would involve very little calculation. You just cover black ever going e4, e3. And you also prevent the idea that Anna mentioned, rook takes a4. And then the question, though, is what is black going to be doing? Does he still have to go rook a5 and just eliminate that rook from b5?
Great question. I do like your move, rook to c3, a rook lift, and that's exactly what Sam has just played, preventing the rook sacrifice, preventing pawn to e3. Does black still need to go rook a5 is a great question. I think to try to trade a pair of rooks would be ideal for black, because this rook on the 5th rank is really scary. At the same time, if you offer a trade of rooks for the c3 rook, then you renew the threat of e3. So whether rook a5 or rook to c8, those could be the top two moves that Esipenko might analyze here to get rid of one of the rooks of white, and in that sense strengthen his own position and renew some of those threats in black's position.
Yes. And also just to mention that the white king is not safe at all, because say, for instance, we see a situation where rook a8, then white cannot afford to even think about getting greedy. So for instance, rook takes rook, or rook to b3. I mean, it illustrates the whole point very nicely. Rook c1 is going to be incoming, and oh dear, that's not good news. Wow. And it's a fascinating position. And here you probably have to go on the defensive.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go
you either
rook to
lose your
b1
queen or it's a back rank checkmate because of the h2 square being guarded. And if you need to go passive with a move like rook to b1, this is going to be Esipenko who suddenly starts playing this for a win. Not that he's winning, but he does have some pressure over white's camp.
Yeah, now this is a battle that's going to go backwards and forwards. Okay, well, we're seeing Esipenko there thinking. We believe he has to play rook ac8 as a nice move to get the counterplay that he so needs in order to offset the weaknesses against his king. Let's go back to the other games and just check in with the progress. So it's the hot news is Norbert Jakubowicz seems to be advancing very beautifully in his position. He has everything under control. King is safe there on c2. White is keeping control over the b5 square. And it's an interesting moment when it comes to the other game between Yavokir Sindarov against Jose Martinez, because black has just lashed out with a5. Maybe we head there and just assess the consequences of this pawn move.
Yeah, I really like it. We were describing Jose's endgame earlier as a slightly unpleasant one. It wasn't very comfortable for black to develop his pieces. He chased the bishop away and then he developed his light squared bishop. He's playing it really precisely, and it's not an easy position. As simple as it looks, with white's space advantage, better activity, easier development, there were quite a few problems that he had to deal with. White then decided to expand further with this pawn push and a5. I like this move so much. You see how black is still struggling with little space for his pieces, and a5 is one of those moves that can give life to your pieces, especially this a8 rook will be thanking you for pushing that pawn. If you are able to target b4, open up the a file, suddenly this rook will be a very happy piece. White takes on a5 because there was of course a lot of pressure on b4, and now you either take with the rook or with the pawn on a5. Rook takes will mean that your rook is finally active and you're attacking a3, but it does leave the b6 square and the b6 pawn vulnerable, or you take back with the pawn to open up the b file, and the pawn on a3 is still hanging, so you're trying to create a passed pawn.
And the irony of it all, right, Anna, is that you probably should take with the b pawn. Because if you take with the a pawn, so with the rook, then what's going to be happening is that the knight will jump forward.
Ooh,
Or jump. Yeah.
These certainly need to be analyzed by Jose if he wants to capture with the rook or with the pawn, and what are the consequences of each move, because this knight b5 looks really scary for the fact how it's guarding the pawn but also threatening bishop takes b6. A move like bishop takes a3 would mean immediate collapse of the position. Well, I'm hanging my knight, but I wanted to show in some position bishop takes b6, but I guess we can just point out that's a major threat because of the double attack over the rook and the knight, even if you don't blunder like me by immediately moving the bishop away. This is looking very scary. Even if you attack the knight, maybe this is the way to show it, that white can just ignore that threat because you are also attacking black's pieces. There still might be a way out of it because everything will be taken, but I would not feel very comfortable having to land in a position like this and hanging in by a thread, whether I'm losing material or not. I feel like, Jove, your call about b takes a5 being the safer option, that makes so much sense, because then all these knight jumps are a lot less scary. Yeah, it guards the pawn, but at least your rook is on the back rank, the bishops are guarding all the important squares as well. So it's not as terrifying, at least.
Yeah, it's not as terrifying, and you do have some.
Jose is not someone who gets
A3.
terrified. Jose is not scared. He's a lot braver than I would ever be in life. Look at that move. Rook takes a5. I don't care.
Yeah, he doesn't care, but maybe he should care, because the b6 pawn is, it's going to be there. Okay, so here Jose will have had to have calculated many knight jumps. You got knight to b5, that's one. We also have knight to c2, that's another one. Also, another possibility is to go a4, and you're just going to argue, yeah, you know, the knight is going to appear on b5, but I'm going to take my time about it, and the weakness is going to be always b6. I don't think I would play a4 just because it invites moves such as bishop to c5, setting up a pin. And if there's one thing I know about my time in commentary, grandmasters do not like to be pinned. So I think Nordebek, Javoki will be simply moving that knight away just to prevent this. And knight to b5 makes a whole lot of sense. It's the most accurate one.
I think so. I think this is what is going to happen on the board, scenario of making sure that he plays also, of course, accurately and precisely, because he has a slight pressure here in black's on black, and also among those light squares that are jump squares for the knight, as well as the b6 pawn being a vulnerable spot in black's camp, as Joey already highlighted how this is a bit troublesome. Even if the evaluation bar is not saying that there's any big danger, it is Jose who has to find the most precise defense, because there's a lot of threats that are a problem for black. So you need to be really careful here. The position for black could collapse with just one inaccurate move.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what do you think, Anna? Do you think that we're going to be seeing knight to db5, or are we going to be seeing a4? Because I wondered whether I should be so dogmatic here and just be like, no, it's never going to happen. Grandmasters don't like pins, and maybe this is the best move to go a4. And then you just kind of argue that's fine. I was thinking also knight c2 or king f2.
Oh, knight c2 immediately as well. You're right that you could unpin and offer a trade.
Yeah, and you start hitting the knight on d8. So, and wow, the evaluation bar is saying actually this is
immediate
good.
problems if happens, and thanks to that a4 pawn, the b5 square is available for white's pieces. And even if the knight is able to capture the pawn and should capture the bishop, you take back with the pawn, and this is the situation where it's white who has a pair of knights fighting against the bishop and the knight, but the knights are really strong here. There's so many knight maneuvers, a main one being knight to c4, targeting the b6 pawn, targeting the d6 square. If the b6 pawn falls, this passed pawn is going to be a beast.
Yeah, and just to kind of run with that variation one move further, what is the answer after rook a3? I guess it's just simple rook to c1. Rook a3, rook c1, and then knight c4 is going to be in the air. And yeah, and this b pawn is just locking out the knight on d8, and also b6 is just a permanent weakness. Yeah.
Permanent
okay, so I
weakness that you
shouldn't be
cannot
so.
protect.
So having said, that grandmasters don't like to be pinned, the irony of it all is probably a4 is a very good move. So this is the thing. This is why, you should know your rules, and you should know when to break them.
Indeed, and it's because you can get out of the pin immediately. It's not that white wants to be in this pin where you are not able to go for the knight jumps that you want, and you want to open up the d5 for your rook. The reason why you're okay to allow this pin is because there's an immediate way out of it. So it's just a momentary pin, and that will help you with these knight maneuvers in general. There's, of course, a better way to play this as black. Black, for instance, is not obliged to take the bishop. You don't want to be bringing your opponent's pieces to where they are heading anyway. Maybe black is just in time to offer other trades, for instance, in the d5 square, and claim that if everything is swapped off of the board, then it's not going to be that troublesome. And in fact, you might offer even a rook trade. So this could peter out if black plays it precisely. But that's going to be up to Jospem. He's going to be tested here, and he has to continue finding a very accurate defense. So far, he has done a tremendous job. He has had an incredible tournament at the World Cup. So has Sindarov, of course. Both of them are unbeaten. But in this game, it is Jospem who is being tested. He has to play really precisely to not get into any trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, black is not out of the woods just yet. Well, we are seeing Javoukir take some time out to think about what is the most accurate continuation. Let's go to our bird's eye view, because whilst there is some pressure on Jose, there was enormous pressure on Alexander Donchenko, bottom right, in his game against Nordibek Yakuboev. And maybe we can go there and see what on earth has happened. And has Donchenko made some moves in the right direction? The evaluation bar seems to be going ever more in white's favor.
This is looking so scary. If you're just joining us, this is the craziest position of the round. Both kings are doing not the most traditional way of playing chess. The white king has marched to the queen side because there was a check earlier in the game on h4 and it had to move. The black king is also just winging it, freestyling and not castling. Both of the rooks have been moved already, so you can never castle even though your king is still on e8. But I would be so worried for black, and not just for looking at the evaluation bar, but just the pieces, the piece coordination. Jovi, like everything is all over the place when it comes to black's pieces. And I feel like in the right moment, there will be some pawn push with f4 and eventually a breakthrough here, chasing black's pieces further back. In fact, I guess the immediate question is what happens if that knight is attacked, because it does give up the g4 square. But do we actually mind that if later down the line, this is threatening this check, so maybe you want to prevent that by guarding the square, but then bishop h3, and you said that grandmasters don't like to be pinned, and bishop h3 is threatening to pin that knight and win that knight. It's just going to be really tough to deal with, even the fact that how do you place your pieces so that they are not stepping on each other's toes when these are undeveloped pieces. If you go back to d7, they're going to stay undeveloped for the very near future. There is just so little space for black's pieces, and that's one of the main issues here, that you cannot develop and activate your pieces. While for white, there's so much space and so much activity. I find this position really, really difficult for Donchenko. I wouldn't be surprised if f4 is coming. You do need to consider what happens if it's bishop g4. That's finally a developing move for black. So maybe that's why Yakubayev is considering whether to push or not. He's reaching toward the queen side.
Yeah, he was reaching towards the A pawn, which is something else that one does to try to establish a complete clamp. You go A4, A5. Yeah, I mean, definitely, I feel like white probably could and should be direct, but you do have to calculate the consequences after bishop to G4. And this is the question for Nordebek. How much risk does he take? Does he go f4? And ultimately, that could be a massively winning advantage, but he has to be a little bit careful. Or does he just simply go a5 and start to just ask the questions to Donchenko? After a5, where's your counterplay?
I like a5 a lot. As soon as you mention that move, I'm like, yeah, why hurry with f4 when you can make sure that everything is blocked? If you get your knight to a4, knight to b6, you're dominating the board everywhere possible. Queenside, kingside, and center, meaning that your position is completely dominant if there is no space or no active counterplay for your opponent on any part of the board. That is absolute domination. It looks like after a5, black would have to try to give up the pawn immediately as a chance to do something before it's too late. But even that looks like it's coming at a cost, because it does open the a5 for the rook. Maybe then you push f4, and the game is looking really, really tough for the German grandmaster. a5 is on the board. Is Donchenko going to sacrifice the pawn, or is he okay allowing even further clamping down into his camp with knight a4, knight to b6, pawn to f4 in the right moment, bishop coming here?
Yeah. Well, he's got an unpleasant choice, right? Either he's breaking out now, or he's trying to go bishop to d7. One move he does not want to make is knight to d7, knight bd7, because as we see, f4 is now going to come, and look at that, the knight on e5 doesn't even have any squares. So the kind of thing that we really have to just assess and evaluate is, first up, how dangerous is this bishop to g4 idea if white plays f4? So can we just like go b6, a b6, rook b7, and then just have f4? I mean, this was the kind of a big question. Bishop comes out to g4, and then the whole issue is, like, where does the queen go, or does she not move at all? I mean, like, queen to g2 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's true that there aren't too many squares. The best one seems to be the g file, because once the knight goes away, this bishop is loose here. There is nothing immediate, but as I'm saying, there's nothing immediate. The computer is really in love with a retreating move like bishop b1, because it does pose the immediate question of, okay, what do you do with that developed bishop on g4? How do you hold on to it?
Well, this is actually a really pertinent question, because b5 has been played, and every streamer is going to celebrate, because, of course, Yakubayev will not allow any counterplay on the queen side, so he's going to take. So he's going to take, and then rook to b7, and critical question. Like, so we were looking at the most direct continuation, f4. And what else can you do? I guess you could go bishop takes knight and like stick a knight onto c4 and just say, aha. Bishop takes e5, go knight c4, and then just say, you're not going to be winning the b6 pawn. That would be
also
another
very
alternative.
Pragmatic. Yeah, I like that approach too. It's always hard when it comes to giving up the bishop, but if it's something this concrete that lands your knight on c4, guards your b6 pawn, you can then play knight a4 and then knight a5 down the line. That would be really troublesome too. So there's certainly many options here for white, whether he wants to hold on to the pawn or use the momentum to now strike in the center with pawn to f4. Looks very promising. f4 seems to be decisive advantage advantage for Yakuboyev, but he needs to calculate it, of course. So en passant, he knew it, he saw it, he knew that it's forced, he took the pawn, and now after rook b7, it's really this critical decision. Do you try to hold on to the b6 pawn, which is a passed pawn, or are you just using that momentum that black is busy on the queen side trying to grab the pawn? You use this momentum to launch in the center with f4, chase the knight away. And after f4, the problem is what we have highlighted. Black has a lot of pieces trying to go onto the same squares. There's not much room here for development.
Yeah. And okay, let's kind of rerun the f4 analysis, because this is exactly what the players are calculating. So f4, bishop to g4, to me seemed like the only move to break out. I guess, yes, I think let's look at the most aggressive. And then knight to d7, you were looking at bishop to e1. And again, you're asking the questions. And by the way, is bishop to e1 the only move? Like, I just want to see
Oh,
how
no, not
narrow
at
the
all.
path is.
I just
Not at
thought
all, okay.
it's very pretty how the computer, of course, is always like, yeah, I mean, a retreating bishop move onto the back rank, easy. Everyone would play like that. But it makes sense once you see the move that it poses an immediate question of this bishop having nowhere to go. It's a bishop that's trapped, and there's not many ways in which you can defend it. The only piece or pawn that can do so is this pawn push to f5, but it's white who has been trying to open up the center and break through in the center, because that's where the black king is. Plus this pawn cannot take ever because the bishop is tied to this whole structure. Even if bishop trade seems to be quite favorable, because once you get rid of that bishop, this pawn after f5 is a major issue, and that's when things start to fall one after the other. Looking very, very tough.
Yeah, definitely looking very, very hard and very instructive. Okay, so after f4, then if white can successfully beat back bishop to g4, I don't think there's anything to stop white from playing f4, because the knight can go back to d7, but to be honest, that is not the move that white is afraid of. I mean, first up, I'm looking at bishop h3, even f5. I was looking at bishop h3
Bishop
and then trying
h3
to
is perhaps the more human way to continue, because you develop your last piece, connect your rooks. This bishop on the diagonal is pinning the knight. You could take with the knight on b6 and guard the bishop that way to offer a bishop trade, but it's still looking very, very tough, whether trading or f5. But that f5 pawn push will appear at some point to undermine this pawn that's guarding the rook on h5. And if white is able to take on g6, that will weaken the g6 pawn and weaken the king. The bishop's diagonal is opening up as soon as you push f5. There's so many problems in black's position here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's very instructive as well to go f5, knight c4. The target is always d6 in this type of structure. And Yakuboyev, just thinking, I mean, the problem here is that f4 is not the only path to the advantage. I mean, he can also try to cash in his chips with bishop takes knight and then stick a knight onto c4.
Yeah, also very promising. And the evaluation bar shows that both of these paths are very likely full decisive advantage for white. It's more the question of which one he sees further down the line being a clear advantage. I think he will be pragmatic and he will choose the one where there's less messy, less confusing positions, and less ways for black to hit back one way or the other. He doesn't want to give any counter chances to Donchenko. This is the World Cup quarterfinals. These players are one round away from having a really good chance at qualifying to the candidates tournament, which is everyone's dream. You need to play the candidates tournament to then win the candidates tournament and challenge the world champion Gukesh to try to take his title. This is so much on the line, and it all depends on these two games in classical chess, a mini match. So one thing is what the bar says, one thing is what the computer would play, and the other is what the players find the cleanest, the safest, the most pragmatic way to convert the advantage.
Well, he's down to 11 minutes on the clock, and we are currently on move 22. So Yakubov can't take too long. He has to just go for that decision. The fact that he's thinking indicates to me that he's really evaluating f4. It's the move that you want to be playing, and if it works, then it's going to be absolutely fantastic for white, because you want to be accelerating the play. He's reaching.
He's about to. He's reaching toward that pawn, I feel like.
I thought he was reaching towards the knight.
Really?
Yeah.
I felt like it was the pawn, but I might have missed the motion.
No.
Let's see let's see if he does it again. Rewind, replay. Try it, please, again, sir.
But it's something definitely happening in the center. I mean, we've been evaluating bishop takes knight, f4, both of them good. I think f4 is just a lot more direct and a cleaner win, whereas bishop takes knight is going to be taking some time, because black does get the dark squares as some kind of compensation. And that's why we're seeing Norderbeck hesitate, because even though the evaluation bar is all the way in his favor, if he loses control of the position, then black is there primed with the dark squares. There's an open B line. The white king is not that comfortable. So it's just a case of Norderbeck being as precise as possible. But I can tell you one thing. If they continue burning the time on the clock, things are going to get a whole lot of wild in just a few. Yes. Okay. Bishop takes knight.
He goes for the more pragmatic decision of trading his bishop for that knight, which will allow him to jump to c4 with the knight, guarding the pawn. If he had played knight to c4 without taking, then the black knight was able to trade, and rook takes b6 would have given the pawn back to black with equal material on the board. So white's idea is giving the pair of bishops to black, but it's in order to guard the pawn and say that that's a really strong pass pawn. You're threatening knight to a4, then knight to a5, and that rook has barely anywhere to go while you are keeping your pawn advantage. So material advantage for Yakuboyev for the price of giving up his dark squared bishop.
Yeah. He's given up his dark square bishop, but there's still very much the motifs in the air, of, as you mentioned, plant the knight on c4. You still have f4, by the way, in the air. That's still very much relevant. And trying to keep control of the center. And the good thing about capturing on e5 is that the next few moves are pretty logical and very easy for Yakuboyev to play.
Yeah, it is very easy. And looking at the move count, we are only on move 24. This is going to be such a major time trouble game. Move 24, they need to make it to move 40 to get an extra half an hour added to the timer, meaning that both of them will be living off of the increment. There's a 30-second increment every time they make a move. But in a complex, difficult, everything to calculate kind of position, it's not very pleasant to not have time to think through those decisions. So even for Yakuboyev, no matter how much advantage the engine is showing, this is still, of course, a very tense game, and there's a lot of pressure on him as well to convert this.
Absolutely. There's going to be a whole lot of pressure. And this is the kind of position where it's not going to just fizzle out to a draw. If it goes wrong for Yakuboyev, we said it many times, then it will go seriously wrong, and he will have problems holding the dark squares. So for Donchenko, he's just thinking what to do with his bishop. Should he move that bishop to f4? Should he put it back on d4? He also has to be calculating how is he going to win back that b6 pawn, which is quite frankly a thorn in black's side. Things are getting tense, but they're also getting tense in the other games as well, Anna. I'm especially looking at the game between Sam Shankland and Esipenko, they're on the bottom left, because we see e3 being played.
Wow, we gotta analyze that move, I think, because that's a pawn that is threatening f2, threatening the white king, but it's also a pawn that white can take. So if you take on e3, let's see the two options. You can take on e3 with the pawn, or you can take on e3 with the queen. One move is better than the other, so we're gonna start with the one that's less likely to be played. If you capture the pawn with the pawn, looks like everything is still guarded in white's position, but things could go very wrong easily and very quickly if black is able to bring the rook to the open file. And now, let's say I'm going to try to just move the queen out of harm's way. As soon as you're able to double rooks on the open c file, you're threatening so many things. Check on the back rank, rook to c2, among other things, would win the queen. This queen on f3 is extremely strong as well, and white is not able to hold everything and guard everything. If you bring back your rook to the second rank, oh boy. This is checkmate with rook h1. If you try to guard the back rank instead of the second rank, then the second rank is the issue. Mm-hmm. The position could collapse immediately if white does not react to e3 correctly. The correct way to react is to take it with the queen, because at least that offers a queen trade. So the fact that the black rook can come to the c file is no longer that big of a deal, because this is a rook endgame now, and the king can breathe. It gets so much safer as soon as the queens are off of the board. Black is not forced to trade. You still need to calculate moves like what happens if the queen gives a check. But suddenly the white king could hide. It would have a shelter on g2. And now maybe it's the black king that will start feeling unsafe if there are sacrifices on g5, for instance, and queen e7 check. So whose king is weaker? This is the main debate here. And what will Sam Shankland do? Will he take on e3 with the queen? This check is also a very appealing one, because who wouldn't want to win a rook, right?
Yep. But it's always king safety. That's the issue. Like, do you have to be precise? Can you just tuck the king? Yeah, and then a queen takes f2. I mean, again, this is king goes e2, and I'm looking at e1, and then you're going to have to go rook to b1 or rook to g. Yeah, maybe rook to b1 is better. But yeah, no, you don't want to be touching this one without some serious calculation. And I think just on a practical level, this one feels like a whole lot of risk, because, you know, once the queen goes to f2, just to cover f6, and you can get in a few checks along the way as well. So it's going to be scary. So I think when faced with an option of safe and non-safe, you go for queen takes pawn, and you assess this rook and pawn endgame. Mm-hmm. I don't think with white's king being so vulnerable there on g1 that Sam will realistically be thinking of anything else. But he will be thinking, like, if we go into that rook and pawn endgame, like, how to squeeze out an advantage. Is there a way for an advantage? For instance, rook takes a4. Is this just going to be draw agreed, set up the pieces because everything is completely even?
He could still try to put pressure on black by pushing h4 and winning that pawn. The problem might be that even if you end up winning that pawn, the remaining pawns are target. The e3 pawn would be black's main target, I think, to try to win that pawn back. Definitely something to try. I think white could definitely continue and press in the rook endgame as well. Certainly a lot safer than having your king under attack. And in all the other positions, I think a big problem for white, that once you win the rook, you need to, of course, also calculate pawn takes, by the way. So it's queen takes or pawn takes. And in both cases, it just feels like there's a whole lot of risk you are taking on for not much gain. White cannot give a single check and is being threatened checkmate. Yes, you're up a rook, But how do you prevent that checkmate, and how do you defend against everything? Literally, the only defensive move here, Jove, in this position is to just give back the rook on the c file and block it. You gotta block it. This is the only move. Everything else is losing for white with a full rook up.
Interesting, because I thought that you could save it with rook to b1, but even then I was not 100% convinced. Rook b1 and that would be losing.
There's always issues because one or the other rook is dropping, and if you bring the rook back, then this check, I think this check is the more precise. And once you take this, we are saying queen takes e3. Luckily for Sam, he doesn't want any of that horror on the board where the white king was gonna be checkmated with a rook down for black. We are entering the rook endgame that we mentioned, and after rook takes a4, I think we could easily see h4.
Yeah, absolutely. And the rook is getting ready to capture on a4. And it's that endgame that we were talking about where black's rooks are very, very active. White will be trying to just utilize that pin by going to h4. Well, it is tense. And as the players are just fully focused, they are locked in. The tension is rising as the games deepen and the clocks keep on ticking on. We're just getting to the good part, so stay tuned. More from the FIDE World Cup right after this break.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess, cast that spell, play for free.
We have some ChatGPT questions, which you can read and then, show to the camera.
All right, thank you. You have been at the top of the chess world for many years. What has kept you motivated to continue pushing for excellence, even achieving so much? I am a very curious person, and I just want to know and want to see what happens. I am enjoying the game of chess a lot, especially the freestyle chess, and I am a person who accepts my drawbacks as a chess player, and I want to learn and improve. And that's what actually keeps me going. You have faced against some of the strongest players of your generation. Who has been the most difficult opponent for you and why? The most difficult opponent for me, I had many difficult opponents, but definitely Magnus is one of the difficult opponents because he's a fierce opponent. He's not a person who is satisfied with having like an easy game. He wants to fight in every single game, and that has been educational and also very interesting. Another tough opponent for me has been traditionally Vladimir Kramnik because, well, it's just in the openings he was giving me nightmares. It was always difficult to play against him. Your matchups with Magnus Carlsen have been intense. What do you consider the biggest challenge when facing him, and how do you mentally prepare for such high-level encounters? I'm always excited to play against him. So even though I haven't been too successful on facing him, but I've got some. I managed to win some games. I think our score in classical chess is, I think he won 18 and I won 8, or I don't know, something similar, yes. So it's pretty embarrassing, but I still want it because I enjoy challenge. The way I was preparing, I think intense battles require, you know, when you feel your opponent is here to play very intensely and challenge you, you just need to kind of be relaxed and just get away from the emotional point of it. Because of course it's unpleasant. Throughout the years you're playing, everybody gives you respect, and here's a guy who wants to beat you. And if you let it go into your mind, it's going to be tough, you know, to challenge it. So yeah, whenever I relaxed against Magnus, I think I played well.
We are back with the quarterfinals, game one. We're right in the middle game where tension, it is resolving on certain boards. It's actually rotating up in other boards. And look at that concentration there from the young Javokir Sindarov, just 19 years old for Donchenko. He's going to have to bring his A game if he wants to survive his position against Nordibek Yakuboev. But on this one, it looks like everything has gone to plan for both the players. They have managed to liquidate into a double rook endgame. And it is as we expected, Anna, with white playing h4, piling on the pressure against g5. So Esipenko, if he wants to just not be a pawn down, he needs to find the counterplay. And one thing that you mentioned earlier on was that e3 was the sensitive point for black to attack.
Try to go for the counterattack, and by playing rook to e6 or rook a3 and attack the pawn on e3 instead of trying to hold on to the g5 pawn, which by the way is really difficult to hold on to. You cannot. There's three white pieces attacking g5, so it's time for that counterattack, and I'm curious to see whether he goes for rook a3, rook e6, or any other idea. He could try to trade rooks with rook a5, but that still will mean that the pawn on g5 is falling. So I feel like rook to e6 or rook to a3 are the main options he might be considering here.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's a very clear-cut idea as well. You're activating both the rooks, you're forcing white to also go on the defensive to attack that point. And the more simplification in this position, that step closer you get to the draw. He goes for a rook and pawn ending. Look at this, rook a5.
Okay, so instead of wanting to keep both rooks on the board, he says, I don't mind losing the g5 pawn, because after the trade of rooks, which we could show briefly, that if the rooks are traded and then white goes for capturing the pawn, black is not afraid of this rook endgame because he would, oh gosh, I forgot that there's a beautiful tactical pattern, Jovi, that we definitely need to show. No, Sam doesn't want us to show it, but the king and pawn endgame could be lost. They are shaking hands, so that's how clear it was for both players. We will show it in a second, but now let's take a look at how the players are feeling after this draw. Who is happier, Jovi?
Yeah, it was a very balanced game. I would say Esipenko was the one who got the initiative first. And he really put the pressure on Sam. There's Sam having to find some very accurate moves. H3 also going for this pawn sacrifice B4. And then the initiative somehow... Then he's kind of somehow turned it around so that he was the one who had the initiative. But let's take a look at why the players agreed a draw, because we were just getting to the good parts where, you know,
I know.
we
I was so excited. I was like, oh gosh, I forgot about this pattern, which is a really instructive pattern. Rook to a5 is a lot more venomous than what it looks like. If white wanted to be greedy and capture the pawn on g5 after the rook trade, it would fall into this beautiful tactical pattern where you're blocking with the rook, forcing the rook trade. You're down a pawn as black. So normally this is not what you would want to do. You're down a pawn. You're not going for a king and pawn endgame, but this is a special case. This pawn is unstoppable. If you draw the square of that pawn, it's here. This is the beautiful magical square in which the white king would need to be inside that box in order to stop the pawn. You can see that the white king is really far from the box, is not able to catch the passed pawn. Black will simply queen. It doesn't matter that you're down a pawn. And this is all forced after rook takes g5, rook to g6. Meaning that you are not able to capture this pawn, and the game would have continued with black having a passed pawn that you need to be careful with. That's why some Shankland, instead of taking the rook on a5, simply retreated to b3, safe and solid, and offered a draw, because now everything is held together. White is keeping an eye on the weakness on e3 and also keeping an eye on the b6 pawn. You might take on g5 next move, or just wait around with the spin, bring the king up closer to the center of the board. This is an even rook endgame where both players said enough is enough. On move 38, they shook hands.
Absolutely. And a very nice trick there that you highlighted, which means we have 2 games remaining. It is kind of a pure 2 knights against knight and bishop endgame on our left. Javokhir Sindarov trying to get some advantage against Jose Martinez, but the real fire on the board, that is from Yakuboev against Donchenko. Now, Yakuboev suddenly has pawns on c5, d5. Can we dive in and try and take an action replay before we catch up with the live board?
Absolutely. We left it at the very critical decision where Yakuboev decided to trade his bishop off for the knight on e5. So this was a critical moment where he had the option of pushing f4, launching that pawn further up, chasing the knight back. And the other very promising option is to take that knight. You normally would love to keep this dark squared bishop on the board, but this was very concrete. It means that you are able to guard your pawn, extra pawn for white, and that's a strong, extremely powerful pass pawn. The knights are heading toward a4 and a5. Kick the rook out of there. It's almost trapped. Black is struggling with space for his pieces. What happened was black winning back the pawn because of taking on h4, but it's the quality of the pawns that matter in the remaining position of the board, and that b6 pawn is a beast of a pass pawn. White took the bishop on e5 and then plays queen to e3 because that c5 pawn is now a massive target in black's camp. Black takes the b6 pawn, but this is so concrete. You might have expected queen takes c5. Honestly, that was also a pretty strong move with the double attack. But c5, the c5 pawn will be now taken with the pawn, which is even stronger. b4, what a beautiful move. You cannot take this with the pawn because your rook is hanging. And if you take the pawn with the rook, then queen takes c5 will eventually mean curtains for one of your pieces. You're either losing the rook or the bishop, double attack. Very impressive. Without b4, the same double attack wouldn't have won a piece because there's queen to d8 guarding both the rook and the bishop. So by pushing b4, what you achieve is that you move the rook of black to a less lucky square. Now you cannot hold on to both of your pieces, and black is losing material. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful tactical pattern. b4, knight d7, and the pawn took on c5. Connected passed pawns. So he gave up his b6 pawn because of this tactical pattern, giving him 2 passed pawns instead of the one that he traded off.
Yeah, and we've now caught up with the live board, and as you're highlighting that d6 incoming, the one question that Donchenko, and Yakubov will be thinking about is: are there any like horrible checks with the queen coming to h2, anything like that can be countered? I'm also seeing rook to b2. Rook to b2 is potentially in the air. And I say potentially because there's a bishop on f1. So, I'm thinking bishop takes bishop, bishop takes pawn, bishop takes bishop, something like that. Something to try to rock white's boat.
Or the position with d6, because this looks really promising to just keep going. You're threatening d7 to win the bishop as one of the moves that you're threatening. And I think these are the positions where you're saying those patterns could matter. The sacrifice, if the bishop is pinned, for instance, then you're like, okay, now it's time, rook b2 check. And if the black rook is captured, then there's a knight fork. That would be the way to lose this position for white in just a few moves. So white has to still be precise. You need to be very aware of your king's situation. And apparently you can allow this check and then just step back onto the back rank and claim everything is under control.
Yes, and it's because of this bishop on e2, it's no longer pinned. So queen h1 doesn't do anything. So yeah, this is very instructive. So d6. D6 is such a nice move. Also, it's the move that you want to be playing. And if it's safe and sound, then absolutely everything will be fine. Nordebek, he's been ever so careful though, Anna. And I reckon that he's not going to be rushing with d6. I reckon he's going to go bishop e2 or something. We saw that in his decisions early on. There was an opportunity to go f4. He restrained himself there, and he resisted the temptation. But can he resist anymore? Can he just go d6? Will he go bishop to e2? Just complete that circle of defense around the king. And bishop to e2 on the board.
You are so right. You can read him so well. Play it safe, play it as prophylactic as possible, and then when there is absolutely no risk against your king, there's absolutely no counter chances for black, then you will push d6. I also just thought that we could show for a second that being greedy is not always the way to go, but in fact the problem was that even taking the pawn was still winning for white. I was trying to see if there's any counter tactical pattern, but safe and solid, you don't need that pawn. These pawns are winning the game, so whether the pawn on a6 is on the board or not is not a big deal. What matters is the safety of your king, and just launching those connected pass pawns. Threat is d6, d7. White is taking care of the king by playing bishop e2. Queen to h2 was played. We could still transpose. It could still be d6 and rook b2 check, but that's just a cheapo. That's just a one-move threat. The white king can step back to the back rank. Let's just show it one more time because it's pretty. You cannot take the rook because of losing your queen with this knight fork. Beautiful tactical pattern. Problem for black is there is nothing happening on the second rank because of this bishop blocking the way. That's why there's no checkmate. And as soon as you give a check with the queen, you're no longer on the second rank. And now white can take the rook. There is no longer a knight fork coming in.
Yeah. And, Donchenko is being sufficiently crafty here. He's just trying to bluff Yakubov because he's got ideas such as if you're trying to keep control, for instance, with queen to c5, does that move keep a watchful eye on absolutely everything? Because I was thinking maybe here you could, in fact, scratch that. I was thinking you could go, you can go rook c4.
Wow.
This is his idea. And then
that's very pretty. Does it work if white continues grabbing? The problem for white, I guess, is even if it's still winning, but you have to be extremely sure that you have not caused more trouble than what you should take. There should not be any risk factor for white. And here you do need to make sure that your position is still fine. And the only way for white to continue is to tuck the king away on b3. Any other move is losing for white. So you could go wrong in these sharp positions with the tactical patterns now favoring black. But after king to b3, unfortunately for black, it is curtains, because even if you attack this knight, white can simply retreat, guard it, and say that the king is safe enough on b3.
Yep. And the question is, though, that this one, I think that black will be feeling just a little bit more hopeful, because somehow the rook and the queen are active, whereas in the very direct d6 line, it was just a rook on b2 that was there. And but the question is the nerves, Anna. It is the nerves, and it's also about just managing to keep that cool, level head in order to calculate everything to the conclusion. And they're on move 31, so still some time before we reach move 40. And what is he going to go for? Is he going to go for queen to c5? That's sufficient. Or are we going to go for d6? He's looking forward. I suspect that we're going to finally see something direct. Yes, we're going to see d6.
If you want to be cautious, the way to continue being cautious would be to offer a queen trade, because that endgame is winning for white. So if you want to absolutely avoid any of these attacks, queen g1 is a perfectly fine and pragmatic decision. But I think he's calculating d6 and sees that after rook b2, that's just a check. King goes back to the back rank and black has no follow-up. d6, knight c4 would be a way to try as well. But this comes with a check. And that's a big problem that it comes with a check, because once the king is out in the wilderness, everything comes with a check.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's reaching for the d pawn. He goes for a d6.
Yes.
He has
cool finally pushed. Yeah, this is it. This is what we've been analyzing, and it's very pretty. It's very pretty that you can give a check on b2. I would love to give a check like this. Honestly, it's such a beautiful move. If white takes, black is winning. Black is winning the queen, and black is winning the game. But unfortunately for Donchenko, after the check, king to c1 is winning, and even king to d3 is winning, Jovi. that is just a bit scarier of a move, but even king to d3 is apparently just fine.
And I think he picked up a queen. I think he's getting ready, just in case he needs to promote. You know, there are 2 pawns on the 6th rank. He is definitely making sure that everything is all set for when those pawns start marching. And that's some seriously good calculation, very objective. And for Donchenko now, taking under 2 minutes, he has to really dig deep and try to find the continuation that poses the most practical problems. So rook to b2 doesn't work. Could knight to c4 be a try that he goes for? Although, of course, then he'll have to factor in d7.
Yeah, or queen c5. Both of them seem very promising. There is quite some time pressure on the players. This is only move 32. They need to make it to move 40 to get an extra half an hour added to the clocks. So this could, with the nerves, with the tension, with the pressure of the quarterfinals, that I think that's the only chance of Donchenko that Nadirbek might crack under that pressure. But so far, the Uzbek Grandmaster has been just very clean and clear with his calculation and converting it fully so far in a very confident manner. d6, the best move in the position, and there is unfortunately no defense against the pawns being pushed. Bishop to e6 is being played by Donchenko, and if I guess if d7, he will still try to block the pawns for the time being.
What about rook takes a6? That's the law of the consequences. You calculate the
Yeah.
move that was that wasn't possible on the move before. That is now possible. Rook takes a6.
That's very instructive. Now that
Oh,
the
he's reaching
bishop
for
is
the
no
d pawn.
longer guarding, he wants to push. To be fair, he could push and then take the pawn.
That is true. That is true. But notice
Although
how he
I
fights by
like that after
instinct.
taking, you're keeping that in the air anyway. I like that rook takes attacks the knight, and there's back rank issues with the pawns like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it, but it's okay. Again, he just refrains from taking that instinctive decision. He's going to go for it though. D7,
D7.
about to be played.
Will
And now-
Danchenko step away with the king or sacrifice the minor pieces, either the knight or the bishop, for the 2 pawns? He might have to go for that because those 2 pass pawns are way too strong.
Right, and if he sidesteps with the king, then you got ideas such as queen to g5 check. So Danchenko has to give up a material. He takes with the bishop. And again, no quick moves there from Nordebek as he considers all of his options.
He even has queen c5 here to just say that I can take the bishop next move. I'm going to attack your rook first if I want to. He took in the end on d7.
Mm-hmm. And now the king on c2 is completely safe. So now it's a case of going rook takes a6 and just enjoying that extra material.
Yeah, black only has a pawn to compensate for a bishop, which is not enough material. And with the rook appearing on a6, now the white rook is also in the game, threatening a back rank check among other issues for this king.
Just putting the finishing touches to this one. Rook takes a6, and for Danchenko, the choice is grim. It's either to
Very
resign
grim.
or just to hope for the best, get the king to safety via g7, and simply pray for a miracle.
He might go for that because this is the World Cup. This is a knockout format. If he loses this game, he will be in a must-win situation tomorrow in just one remaining classical game in their match against Yakuboyev. I think he will fight on. He will play king to f8 and king to g7.
Mm-hmm. And Yakubov cannot actually withstand the tension anymore. He just gets up and promptly brought back to his seat by Danchenko as the king gets ready to find a hiding place on g7. There's still some resources though, Anna, because it's a limited set of pawns on the board, and Danchenko, if he manages to trade off the queens, and he can maybe think about holding on and surviving in an endgame, but for the time being, this is very, very difficult. Rook to d6, attacking the knight.
And where can the knight go? All the squares are taken away. Wait, surely he did not play rook b5. I think it's just our board. Okay, rook to b7. But now white could continue with the pressure on the d file with queen to d2 if he wants to.
Mm-hmm. Queen to d2 is an excellent move, right? Keep an eye on the dark squares. That's where the king is vulnerable. And again, ask the question, where is the knight going to go? In fact, if it goes to b6, well, then it's vulnerable to rook takes knight with the queen posting up to d8.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we have a second game on the way that is already getting close to maybe a handshake. That endgame has been simplified a lot between Yavokir Sindarov and Jose Martinez. Jostram has been on the defensive a little bit in this game, but he has done a tremendous job playing it accurately and precisely and dealing with all the threats of Sindarov. I think that minor piece endgame is very balanced and neither player can make much progress.
Right. And it's actually very instructive the way that Jose dealt with that unpleasant pressure, the way that he was comfortable with putting his knights on d8, e8, and started unraveling right at the correct time. And here, the king is racing towards the b5 pawn. White's king far away from the action, having to guard g3. So that more than offsets the benefits of having two knights in this type of locked up position. And your move appears on the right. Nordebek Yakuboev playing queen to d2. And for Donchenko, he has to think, how is he going to defend that knight? It can barely make a move. Probably
Yeah, and the problem is the problem with this knight is that it's gonna be loose no matter where you go. If, for instance, you play the most active move, knight to c5, after the queen coming all the way up next to the knight, and on that central d5 square, the knight is attacked, and the knight is the one guarding the rook. Everything could collapse immediately, and you're already up a piece as white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was going to say as well, if the queen tries to join in the defense with queen to h3, then white will just get the bulldozer on e2 out and plant it on b5 and just make sure that their path to d8 is open. And things are clarifying even more in the Jose Martinez game as the g2 pawn falls. And it is going to be, just as you say, complete equality, because it's going to be very difficult to look after the c pawn.
Jose is holding onto that pawn for now, so black is up a pawn at the moment, but white's pieces are so active, king to c5, and there is a handshake. Draw was agreed. We will analyze that final position in a moment, but looking at the camera and looking at the expression of the players, actually wait a second, we don't have time to analyze it because the action is heating up on the other board. The last game of the quarterfinals, game 1. This is now a decisive winning advantage for Nodirbek Yakuboev against Alexander Donchenko.
Yeah, and you called it, Anna, the most active move for the night. It's promptly appeared. And the players, not too much time, but they're on move 37. As Anna's indicating, queen to d5 is a brilliant move. The knight on c3 doing such a good job of holding the bishop on e2. For Nordebek is about placing the finishing touches on the position. Queen to d5, queen attacks the rook and the knight. Some verification, and it appears beautiful.
What a game this has been by Nodirbek Yakuboev. Of course, he still needs to play precisely and not give in to the nerves, to the stress, to the tension of this grueling format that the World Cup is, the knockout format. But he's up a piece, and he has been doing a tremendous job converting it with the most accuracy and least of risk. He has not been taking any risk, and for a good reason. He has made some really pragmatic and practical decisions in this game against Donchenko. Will he continue with what seems to be now a crushing move if he sacrifices a rook on g6? Wait, he can, if he wants to, capture the pawn on g6, because if you take back, then there's this check on d6 to pick up the rook, but then the black rook can cover. So there's some calculation, but he's doing it. Rook takes g6. Yakuboev with the rook sacrifice, double exclamation mark.
Absolutely. And the threat is very clear. If a rook is captured, queen to d6, queen to d8, checkmate incoming. For
Queen to
Donchenko,
d8, even better, of course. I forgot how that check is much cleaner. You don't allow the rook to block queen d8, and then you pick up the rook with a check once the king goes to the 7th rank. And that picks up the knight as well. This is curtains.
Absolutely. Queen to d8 is going to be the finishing touch. And what a way to finish. It has been an incredible game, but to finish on a brilliancy. Rook takes g6. This is the crushing move. For Donchenko, it's just prolonging the inevitable. I think you can even take that knight, but you can also throw in a queen to d6. That is going to be absolutely the final nail in the coffin. Queen to d6.
Queen to d6 apparently is the only winning move. Interesting how rook takes e6 is not winning. And that's because now there's a threat of queen takes e2. He has to be precise. He still needs to calculate very specifically this variation, because apparently the only winning move for white is queen d6. It looks like there's a lot of good moves, but now that the knight has jumped away from the c file, it is creating a pin over the knight on c3, threatening queen takes e2. He has to be careful here, and he only has 44 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And one last hurrah there from Donchenko, setting up this beautiful idea of queen takes bishop. So easy to miss. Okay, Yakubov definitely doesn't miss it, and he checks indeed. Promptly blocked, but move 40 has been reached, and now Yakubov can simply enjoy this position. He's a piece up. He can go wherever he likes with the rook. He can throw in checks, queen to b8, and simplify even further. He can also just go rook to f6 and relocate the rook to f5. Literally every single piece is defended if he gets a rook to f5. And it's just been a real masterclass here from Yakubov. You know, first up, take the center. Then it's just been a position where he just slowly improved his position with the utmost of control. And whilst Yakubov is thinking about putting the finishing touches, maybe we can just take a look at the game between Sindarov and Jose Martinez.
Absolutely, because we did not have time to analyze.
Finished.
You are so right, Joby. We wanted to show how that game ended because it happened so quickly. We only got to catch it on camera. The endgame was really instructive. It looks like Black is enjoying that extra pawn that he has just taken on g2, but it wasn't a big deal because the white king is so active. It's marching all the way to c5. You're guarding the pawn on c4, but after king c5, you need to be careful with this pass pawn, and that pass pawn would chase the king away from the defense of the knight. So Black essentially needs to settle for a repetition by going knight to b7 and making sure that this king is pushed back. You can go to b4 or d4 as white, in which case it would be a repetition of moves. The knight comes back to guard the pawn, the king goes back to c5 to threaten b6, and this is how the game would have ended in a 3-4 repetition. The game is essentially a draw. Neither player can make progress.
Absolutely. Very extensive point from Sindarov, where he just gave up the g2 pawn in order to get active with the king. It didn't quite work on this one because Jose had all the right defenses, but definitely a nice game from both players. Pretty much a high accuracy. Take a look at that, 97.3% accuracy for Sindarov, 97% accuracy for Jose. Incredible.
Very good game indeed, and so balanced. Tomorrow the players will be back with Jose Martinez, Jospam having the white pieces. So we will yet to see if it's going to be yet another brilliant preparation by the Mexican Grandmaster, or will we be heading toward a potential tiebreak and speed chess between Sindarov and Jose Martinez. The other Grandmaster from Uzbekistan is doing brilliantly against German Alexander Donchenko, and he, with his extra piece and very accurate play, is about to convert this game into a full point, and he could be the only one that is getting one step closer to the qualification to the semifinals of the World Cup. Of course, there's another game tomorrow, but Donchenko will be in a must-win situation if he ends up losing today's game with the black pieces.
Yeah, and again, not a bit precise until the very end. Make sure that his rook stands on a protected square on g4. He could have gone queen to b8, and once we saw the rook block, he could have tried to take it into an endgame where the rooks are off the board with rook to g8, but he decided, okay, it's better with black king being so unsafe that all the pieces remain. And now there is the threat of just simply consolidating the king position. And then once you've done that, once you've overprotected the bishop on e2, then you can jump in with the knight to d5. It's very, very difficult for black to actually untangle themselves from that pin against the rook.
Very difficult indeed. And how should black proceed is a big question. You're down a piece and there's not even a single pawn to compensate for the piece. Very sad story for Donchenko in today's game, where he basically went wrong in the opening. He was caught off guard with the move order that his opponent chose in today's game way earlier in the game on about move 9, when he chose to play knight h5 and this queen h4 check idea. It did create a situation where white could never castle. The white king is on c2 because it got a check early in the opening and it marched all the way to c2, but it was actually pretty safe, and it still is safe on c2, much safer than the black king essentially. And now with the extra piece, it really is just about these final moves. I don't see, unfortunately, any chance for Donchenko. He probably will continue to try, but how is a very, very big question. You are down a full piece.
Yeah, like you say, I think the only situation, the only saving resource is just a swap of queens, as you've indicated. f6, well, that has the idea of king to f7 and breaking the pin that way. But it does open up more avenues for attacks. I'm looking at queen to b8 as a potential option. Because now,
and if the king
black
goes
doesn't
up,
have
that
great.
is
Yeah.
checkmate. You need to cover the back rank with the rook, in which case white could decide to sacrifice the rook temporarily so that you basically trade it in this beautiful way of a tactical pattern, and that will pick up the knight as well, except you still can go back. Okay, not an immediate collapse, but you're down a piece in an endgame.
Right, and you have king b3 coming with bishop to c4 joining in the action, and it is
okay. Then it's a collapse. Then it's a collapse as soon as the bishop appears in the attack, and then you will end up losing the knight.
Yeah. And this is the problem, in order to hold an endgame like that, you're looking at keeping the pawn structure pretty tight and pretty compact, and you're looking at with pawns on f7, e6, something like that. But with e5 and f6, then the problem is that there's a lot of squares, and look, there's no hesitation whatsoever from Nordebek. I mean, we see this several times, Anna, where he literally has to physically hold himself back from lashing out and making the move that he wants to play. You could see he was there itching to go queen to b8.
He sees it, he knows it, he's just double, triple checking because there is so much pressure, so much at stake. If he wins this game, he's gonna get a step closer to the semifinals. And if you're in the semis, you are basically at the 75% chance of making it to the candidates tournament. Huge stakes on this game, huge stakes and huge pressure on the players, but he does play queen to b8 check. The rook comes back, I'm guessing. He does retreat with the rook, doesn't allow checkmate on g8, but now rook g8 will simplify the position. What a beautiful way to trade rooks and capture on e8 with a check, forcing the knight back to f8. And I think, Jovi, your move will be played. I think he's gonna just step away from the second rank with the king all the way up to b3.
No, we're not gonna get there. It's
because
a result.
Donchenko resigns.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a win.
This is huge for Nodirbek Yakuboyev, who has had a tremendous tournament. Of course, Donchenko too. To make it to the quarterfinals is already a tremendous job here at the World Cup, where there have been so many higher rated players than themselves. But goodness me, Yakuboyev takes the lead in the quarterfinals, and Donchenko will be in a must-win situation tomorrow with the white pieces. Look at the analysis. Which position do you think that is? Something on a6 and the queen side attack?
Yeah, I think that they were analyzing something straight out of the opening. Oh, it's so
Oh,
nice to see
B6
the
after
players.
B5. Remember when he pushed
Mhm.
B5 and en passant obligatory move, the capture was done, of course, as it should by Yakuboyev.
Yeah. And I think they're talking about what would have happened. Yes, he's explaining what happens about this knight to h5 business, how it was inaccurate to do it so early on in the game. And that ultimately was Donchenko's downfall. He just went wrong in the opening, just lashed out with knight to h5 very early on, and then came out with the queen. And he was left with a very tough position, which he could not find the right way to maintain any form of dynamic equality. But it has been a really exciting first day at the quarterfinals. It took a while, but we got there with our very first decisive result of the day. Nordebek Yakubov taking down Alexander Donchenko. But the other games, they were the definition of tense. And the mind games were aplenty, Anna. As we saw, Arjun Erigaisi make a very easy draw against Wei Yi all the way back many hours ago, in fact.
Yeah, that was great preparation by the number 2 seed of the field, Arjun Erigaisi, comfortably holding the position and that he prepared at home. He came very well prepared to today's game, and Wei Yi will be defending tomorrow with the black pieces. I'm not expecting any further quick draws in that match. Arjun will be going for it with the white pieces. And it's going to be the same story in the other matchups too, because Jose Martinez, he had to defend a slightly worse position against Sindarov. He did manage to play it very accurately and hold. And tomorrow with the white pieces, Jospem has a good chance to try to push, as well as Andrei Esipenko. How did you see that matchup, Sam Shankland against Andrei Esipenko today?
Yeah, it was definitely hard fought. I would say that it was family balanced between the two players, with Esipenko perhaps taking the initiative in the middle game, with Sam finding those resourceful, those accurate moves to maintain the balance and actually turning things around so that Esipenko was the one who was on the back foot. But ultimately, things fizzled out because the players played ever so precisely. And I think that was the hallmark of a lot of these games. Again, like Jose Martinez, just defending like a lion, finding all of the right moves to withstand the pressure that Sindarov placed on him. And I think these are the best players in the world. This has been a brutal format here. The World Cup has felt at times like a dogfight. But in the end, it's all to do with precision, resourcefulness, resilience, Anna.
It does have all those grueling, brutal features, as you said, of the knockout format. And tomorrow it's going to get even harder. There's going to be even more pressure on the players because they're going to play the same match with colors reversed. And on that one single classical game, there's going to be a lot at stake. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We have this beautiful map to show our time zones. Jovi, I know you still wanted to tell us about some of the matches and the pairings.
Yeah, no, I was going to update you on the time zones because for some people it starts very early in the morning. Unfortunately, if you're on the East Coast, well, I'm sorry, you've drawn the short straw, but it is, a great thing. What could be better than watching chess right as you begin the day? And for those of you on the West, well, the play kicks off in the evenings. It really is, wherever you are in the world, we have got you covered because, as Anna mentioned, there is so much now at stakes. Things are getting more and more tense for the players as they are moving ever so slowly towards the semi-finals. Tomorrow will be the final classical game in the quarterfinals. Will the players, will they go all in with the risk, or will they take it easy and let the tiebreaks decide? That is exactly what is on offer. Thank you very much for joining us today following the games. It has been absolutely incredible. And from all of us here on the broadcast team, we'd like to thank you. Stay tuned for the next round right here at the World Cup in Goa tomorrow. Same time, same place. See you then.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.